but let us start on time. So let me introduce Dr. Smita Shukla. She is a director, professor and director of Alkesh Mody Management Institute. It is a part of the University of Mumbai. Actually, it is in the University of Mumbai campus. And she is a core committee member of NAC, which was formed by the University of Mumbai. She was instrumental in getting the University of Mumbai NAC accreditation, which is a very difficult task, knowing that University of Mumbai is very huge with so many departments. So she had a tough time. With a lot of patience, she could manage to gather the data. I know it's not so easy to get the data from different departments. So she had managed. Last time, she has also attended, she has given a lecture in our FDP, which was very well appreciated. And she is our regular faculty for our program. And as I was talking to you earlier, those who wants to apply for ICSSR funding for travel grants or for the conference, for travel grant for the conference or for organizing any event, see the right person, and she will definitely help you. So you can go to the website of ICSSR and try out. And she's a Western India chief for ICSSR. So with that brief introduction of Smita ji, let me request Smita ji to take over. And thank you very much, ma'am, for coming and accepting our invitation. Over to you, ma'am.
Yes, good morning, sir. Thank you so much for your kind words. Let me just put my phone on mute. That is what I was doing. Okay, now it's done. Because if the calls come, the session will also be disturbed and the flow breaks. So thank you so much for giving me this nice introduction. And to begin with, let me, as you have already spoken about ICSSR, which is Indian Council for Social Science Research, let me also say a few words because these participants can benefit. So I am currently heading what we refer to as Regional Center of ICSSR. This center is located at University of Mumbai. It was established in 1973 in collaborative format, where collaboration was done between University of Mumbai and ICSSR. Western Regional Center caters to 3 states. First one is Maharashtra, second one is Gujarat, and third one is Goa, including even the Union Territory of Daman and Diu. And the grants are extended by our Western Regional Center as well, in addition to what we refer to as council, that is Delhi office. Only thing is that Western Regional Center has certain limits in terms of giving the grant. Say, for example, an institution approaches us for conferences, seminar, workshops. We give grant of maximum of 1.5 lakh. Minor research project, a maximum of 1 lakh, and so on and so forth. But we have grants of almost all format. Sir spoke about travel grant. We assist PhD students in case they are conducting research and wish to collect data, and for that they are traveling. We provide no financial assistance for that. We assist book bank scheme of colleges which are located in remote areas. We fund research journals, quality research journals. So let me now not say much because I think focus of the day is different. But thank you so much, sir, for giving us this opportunity so that we can interact with these varied audiences. Many are teachers. Some might be researchers also possibly becoming teachers. I'm not very sure. But I assume that 90% plus are already management teachers. Not necessarily management teachers again, maybe profile might be different. They might be from varied disciplines of social sciences. So I believe it's an interesting opportunity for all of us to interact on this platform. And without wasting much time, let me move on to the topic which is assigned to me. So can I start sharing my screen? Just give me a minute. I believe you all can see my screen now, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you so much. I will be changing windows in between, windows in the sense that I will be moving from this file to another file in between, because I need to build context of what we are discussing today. Sir has given me a difficult topic, and possibly sir knows about it. What he has given me is projective techniques, which are, I'll say not, I'll not define that it's not a research technique, but it is applied in psychological testing. When we refer to projective techniques, they're applied in psychological testing and have varied application. There can be various types of projective techniques. Two are here stated, like word association test or sentence completion test, but there are multiple types of projective techniques. Now, for us, it is very important to understand that why we need such kind of techniques in social science research. And for that, there is one case study which I like to refer to, and then I'll change the screen to show you the result or impact and how possibly, various formats of qualitative techniques can be used. So there is this very interesting case which is used by one professor at IIM Lucknow, which relates to a company where the name of the company is not disclosed in the case study. It is mentioned as XXX. And this company had this a problem that while it was trying to approach doctors through medical representatives, it was facing this dilemma of ethics that Medical Council of India and otherwise also medical councils worldwide, ban companies from directly inducing the practitioners, doctors, in terms of making recommendation for certain drugs. So this company was facing this dilemma that how does it promote what company was doing. It's an international company, so the drug it was offering to the market was more expensive than what Indian companies were offering. This drug which they were trying to sell was an off patent list drug. So there were Indian companies which were also producing similar drug. Most of the doctors were recommending the drug which was being produced by Indian companies on account of it being cheaper. In terms of effectiveness, more or less every drug was fine, but this was the international company which had taken lead in creating this drug in terms of research and development efforts and exercises. And this company in India was slightly in dilemma that how do we approach doctors without breaking the ethical standards, and at the same time how do we approach various category doctors. Doctors can be associated with government hospitals, they can be associated with charity hospitals, they can be associated with profit-making hospitals. So how do we approach these doctors and how do we understand that what will work for them while we do not break medical ethics, and at the same time are able to match the personality types of doctors and also understand their requirements, where requirements will not be open requirements. Doctors will not say that you do this for me, but doctors may have some hidden kind of expectation, and how does company interpret them. And in that context, this company used a segmentation format which has its base in psychology. So let me now stop sharing my screen because I wanted to set this example as base for what we are discussing today. So just give me a minute. I'll stop the share and I'll open another window. Okay, so please just allow me for this interruption in between, but I think this is important in context of what we are discussing. Okay, can you all see the screen?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you so much. So before, as I stated, before I start the presentation, I wanted to set the tone for what I was discussing. So in brief, I have discussed about this case, which is related to marketing dilemma, but that of a pharmaceutical company, which is restricted by guidelines, Medical Council of India guidelines. In addition to that, it is also restricted by what it can tell the doctors in terms of why they should be recommending the drug, and it can't be a overt kind of indication which the company can make. And company studied the personality of doctors by conducting a qualitative research where it asked open-end questions from the doctors, and then based on those open-ended questions, it created personality types of the doctors. The screen, you can see these seekers. Doctor can be independent, doctor can be knowledge seekers, and based on that, then what you can do in order to promote your drug with the doctor. Okay, so those who are knowledge seekers, how you can possibly encourage them to be part of your company. Those who are relationship seekers, how do you encourage them to be part of your company? And when I say part of the company, means how do you bring them in the fold so that your drug, which you want them to recommend, stays on the top of the mind. And this is the chart or kind of description of what can be done for various category doctors who are knowledge seekers or relationship seekers or transactionals or independent. Now let me again stop share and take you back to what we are discussing today. Okay, so now let me start with my discussion. So when we talk about projective techniques are one which are used in psychology. Okay, now what is the context of projective technique and what might be the importance of the same? So let's understand that when we talk about humans, people like you and me, we are very, what should I say? We are kind of personalities where what we say may not be what we mean. Okay. When we are asked to submit our responses, which are like very open kind of survey exercises, sometimes we may not actually share what we are thinking. And when that happens, it becomes very, very important to understand the complex component of it, the hidden component of what we stand as personalities, in order to possibly draw out results which can be used in business scenarios. So when we talk about projective techniques, the base hypothesis of projective techniques is that generally, when we use certain ambiguous, unstructured stimuli, that is formats of testing, they may end up, or they may provide us, they may produce certain feelings of individuals, needs of individuals, experiences of individual, which otherwise might not be reflective in other formats of conduct of qualitative research. And that adds value when you refer to projective techniques. Again, when we refer to projective techniques, the concept is, the pervading thought is that when we talk about us humans, we have conscious as well as unconscious attitudes and motivation. And sometimes these are hidden beyond even our awareness. And when we can reach them, when we can tap them, when we can understand them better, possibly dealing with individuals, possibly even building a business context, it becomes easier and better. As it is, we have this subject in management, which we call as consumer behavior, where there is a lot of context of consumer psychology, which is discussed. And it's a fact that definitely psychology of what consumers are all about has an important role to play. In economic theory, we use it in OB, organizational behavior, we use it. When we refer to consumer behavior and marketing, we use it. So there are multiple places we use that in management context. Now, what more about projective techniques we need to know? So when we refer to projective techniques, they are indirect methods of conducting qualitative research, which I already spoke about some time back. These are not very expressed methodologies which have a structured format the way no other methodologies may have. Instead of that, they use indirect methodology to interpret what consumer beliefs in, what consumer motivations are all about, what their attitude and values are all about. Okay, and this psychology helps us in understanding their emotional and irrational nature, and many a times emotional and irrational behavior and nature, etc., plays a role in decision making when we are buying products, when we are behaving in the organizational setup, and that is how projective techniques do gain importance. Okay, and again, let us also understand that not all projective techniques are deeply psychoanalytic techniques. Psychoanalytic techniques means these are not necessarily very deep psychological techniques. There are some which are very, very deep psychological techniques, but there might be some which might be easier to handle and may give you very good application in business. So when we talk about application of various projective techniques, some can be easily applied in the market setup and can be used effectively by researchers. Okay, say for example, when you conduct a market research, and in such kind of scenarios, you can use certain techniques easily. So what are these? These can be, say for example, word association technique. Okay, it can be imagery association technique, etc. They can help in breaking the consumer personalities, building up a marketing context, etc. We'll understand more about it as we will move through examples. Okay, so projective techniques, if I have to sum up before we move and start talking about each of the techniques one by one, which we are discussing today, let's understand that projective techniques are kind of personality tests. Okay, what they are doing, they are designed to let person respond to ambiguous stimuli, which is not a very direct kind of question, but indirect methodology of evoking responses. And they can help us in understanding hidden emotion, internal conflicts, and in case they have business application, then in the same format they can be used. Okay, so they can evoke responses. Scoring of these can be done. These are semi-structured, less structured formats. Sometimes, in fact, their validity and reliability is also discussed. That can they be completely relied upon. But whatever might be the context, you cannot take away the importance of projective techniques, because they form base of what we call as psychology. And psychology, as I stated, defines so many things when we refer to business and its application in other domains, etc. Okay. Now, to understand the difference between the regular methodology of assessment or conducting research in other format and a projective technique, let us look at this diagrammatic slide. So when we refer to conduct of test, generally we are used to these MCQs, and there are options given to us, and there might be a Likert scale where we are saying I agree, I disagree, or something like that. Okay, so these are standardized formats of responses. So what we are doing is we are standardizing the responses, and we are setting up a scale within which people can respond. But when we refer to projective techniques, okay, these are offering deeper insights, and we do not use the same types of methodologies which we otherwise use in other formats of qualitative research. Okay, so what kind of these techniques can be? These can be maybe association techniques. Okay, in what we do is we provide a cue, which can be a verbal cue, which can be a visual cue, etc. And then we seek responses from the subjects. Okay, so say, for example, word association test or RORAC test, etc. These are some of the examples. Okay, then there can be construction techniques where imaginary ability, the creative ability, the thought processes are captured by giving certain test scenarios. So they can be thematic appreciation test, they can be make a story test. Okay, they can be completion techniques where we can give a sentence and we can give a statement and we can ask the participants to do completion of the same. And from there, what kind of responses they give, we can understand more about their personalities. We can use ordering techniques in which we can ask participants to put story format and sequences. We can understand from again there how the consumers behave or how they are thinking. Okay, we can give them expressive formats and techniques where they can be asked to express what they feel by maybe drawing a person, by doing finger painting, by doing psychodrama, and we try to understand. And all of these are projective techniques, and not all of them we are going to discuss today. So I will be discussing today RORAC test, word association test, which is a part of our discussion format, and we will also be discussing little bit about thematic appreciation test and sentence completion test. Okay, and as I stated, what do? These are unstructured formats. They evoke responses from the format we are using. Format can be completion technique, association technique, construction technique. So from the formats we are using, they can evoke responses which can indicate motivation, attitude, their behavior, etc. So let me start with the first one which I stated, which is RORAC test. And this one is a core psychoanalytic test. So though it has not been given as one of the tests which I should expressly discuss, but projective technique is, may I know, there was some interruption? Anyone wishes to say something? Okay, so I believe maybe by mistake. So let me continue. Okay, so what I was saying was that this test which I'm starting with, the discussion on the test which I'm starting with, which is RORAC test, it is part of the projective technique. And this is in fact one of the core tests which are used in projective techniques. When you start with A, B, C of projective techniques, you cannot do without RORAC ink blot test. So let's understand a little bit more about RORAC ink blot test, what exactly it is. So this was developed in 1921 by a psychologist, Herman Rorak. And this test is a semi-structured test where what will be used and how many formats will be used and how the responses will be sought, how the responses will be recorded, how the responses will be measured. Generally, everything is defined, but still because responses can be multiple and responses can be of varied types, we define this as semi-structured methodology. So what do we do under this test? So in this test, there are 10 symmetrical ink blots are used. When I say symmetrical means you will see that there will be images which will be kind of juxtaposed. There will be similarity in the images, one side and the other side, and so on and so forth. These images are black and white, roughly 5 images. There are 2 colored images, which are roughly 2. There are multicolored images, which are 3. And when these images are projected, the responses from the participants are sought. Okay, and responses are sought in terms of a phase-wise inquiry process. So when these images are presented to respondents, they're asked this question: what might this be? What does this remind you of? Okay, and whosoever is applying this test asks the responses to come forth and then writes them down, records them. Okay, and they can also go back again to the respondents and ask them why they thought that this is what they feel the image is all about, to get maybe sometimes deeper insight. Okay, and they can also sometimes take them in certain directions of thinking by putting across, can this also be, or might this also be, etc., when they want to understand deeper personality, context, etc. So this may look slightly vague to you at this stage, but once we start understanding that what it is all about, that is when we start looking at these 10 cards, you will understand a little bit better about what we are trying to say. But as I stated, this is a psychoanalytic technique. This is a technique which is trying to get deeper insights on how we think, our motivation, our attitude, our beliefs, sometimes our cultural reflections, etc. And they may set tone for sometimes marketing philosophies and marketing context which companies are trying to set. Okay, there are ways of interpreting them as well. When I say ways of interpreting them as well, it means there are formats in which these have to be interpreted. These are structured formats, and some of these I'll quickly like to also discuss before we move on to discussion on the set. So we are asking the participants that what do they see in the ink blot. Okay, in case, if example, a participant takes too much time in responding, okay, it means he or she is finding it difficult in terms of comprehension. They are feeling shocked. There is something deep which is possibly restricting them to give immediate responses. In case the response is related to only small portion of the broader cluster of variable which are provided, again an interpretation of that can be made. Okay, then which color is being focused on, which location means which detail of the ink blot is being focused on, that can also offer us insight. Is the response one which matches what most people give? It can also give us insight. Or the response is very different from what generally people say when they look at these images, can again offer insight. So there are multiple contexts in which these insights are collected. Okay, so let me start with these cards. There are all in total 10 cards which are shown to respondents, and based on these, the responses are collected. These responses, as I stated, give insight on motivation, attitude, beliefs, culture. And then in that context, once you set interpretation of the same, then you can use this for maybe sometimes for psychoanalytic treatment purposes, but in business context in terms of marketing application. Okay. Now, card number 1, let's focus on. Card number 1, as you can see, these are 2 fairly large black gray blots. These are 2 ink blots. So blots have been put on a paper has been folded, then it has been opened up. So a symmetrical blot design, right hand side and left hand side, kind of matching designs have been created. Now, when we look at this specific design, generally the respondents interpret it in different ways, but most common responses, it can be maybe a creature with wings, maybe a butterfly, maybe a moth, etc. Okay. And when people are responding, what kind of cue we get? First of all, this is the first card. So are people finding it difficult to respond? How exactly they are building up their responses? Are they optimistic in responding? Are they feeling restricted by this black color, which is kind of overpowering color in the responses? How they are handling their responses to begin with, can give insights about how they feel, their psychoanalytical context of imagination, stress, etc. These contexts can be understood. So this is first one, okay. And as I stated, it provides clues about how subject is tackling new and stressful task. Okay. Generally, this is a card in which, as I stated, people say that there is a creature with wing and they handle it easily, but in case there is difficulty in handling it, indicates that there are complex issues as far as personality of the respondent is concerned. Then there is this card 2. Now this is the first card in which we have colors. There is red color, which can be focused upon. Some people start with black color. Some people talk about this dark 2 images and say maybe they might be bear, they might be dogs, etc. So whatever might be the responses, again, they offer some context about the respondent. Okay. How the people are responding, again, it indicates their feelings, whether they are angry, whether they have experiences of physical harm in the past, etc. It's a deep psychoanalytical technique. Okay, so when we refer to this card 2, when we refer to card 3, the general impression which people make of this is that there are 2 human beings which are in interaction. Some people say these are animals who are dressed as humans. Some people interpret it as bow tie. Some say this is a hair ribbon. Some say it's a butterfly, etc. Now in this test, you can see that there are very distinct areas which can be clearly separated. Okay. And there is attempt to use black and red. Okay. These again talk about when people give responses, what kind of interpretations are made, that are people having tough time to do social interaction. In case there are people who have difficulty in doing social interaction, they may sometimes find it tough to give response to this card when this is projected. Okay. Then there is this card 4, which is like dark, huge, maybe sometimes visualized as figure of a giant, which is like compact, dense. It can be a monster, it can be an ape, etc. Okay, the people who respond to it by saying or giving responses which are again on the darker side, some judgment about the personalities can be done in terms of whether they are depressed, etc. Okay, sometimes these are perceived as threatening figures. We call this card also as father card, because people generally associate it with male figures. They do not associate this with female figures. And those who find difficulty in interpreting this card, it is also considered that maybe they have difficulty or attitude towards power position, difficulty in terms of dealing with those who are in power positions. Okay. Then there is this card 5, which generally is interpreted as any winged character. This is considered as relief card. So in between those tough cards, 4 tough cards, this brings in change of pace. Okay. This is a challenging card in the sense that reality testing, in case you have got too involved in the previous test, to bring you back, are you able to come back to reality again? And are you able to relax again? No, it can indicate something about your personality. Card 6 again is a dark card. Okay, dark card in the sense that when we refer to interpretation of this can be interpreted again in many ways. This this indicates interpersonal closeness, how people deal with interpersonal relationships, etc. Generally, responses say this is the skin of an animal, maybe piece of a fur, but there can be other deeper ways of looking at it as well. Then there is this card 7, which is generally associated with femininity. People generally describe some context of women or children when they are looking at these cards. This is also known as mother card because of the femininity associated responses which are collected. They are also set in psychoanalytic methodology in terms of responses, that how the relationship of people might be when you talk about a relationship with females. So an expression of that can be captured through this card. Then there is this card 8, which is multiple colors. Okay. Again, this is considered as change of pace card. Change of pace card is maybe used in order to give opportunity to the people to relax again. Okay, now this, but at the same time is also a complex card. It kind of relaxes you on account of usage of color, but it is also complex card. It can also evoke lot of emotional responses. Some people feel uncomfortable with this card. Okay, and again there can be multiple interpretation of this card, which can give no insight about the philosophy or psychology of the consumer. Then we have this card 9, which is again a way card, as all the cards are. Sometimes people find it very difficult to respond to this card. Okay, there can be multiple interpretation of this. Some people say these are witches, human head, bomb explosion. Generally, this card does not have universal responses. And now let me move quickly to the card 10. Card 10 again uses multiple colors. Okay. Several of the respondents find it difficult. Okay, they find difficult to focus on one element and respond to varied elements which are part of this card. It is interpreted in multiple ways. Say, for example, it can be many-legged animals. Say, for example, a spider, crab, etc. Some say that this might be an animal with long ears and rabbit head, etc. Now, let me move on to the next part of this, which is more important in context of what we are discussing today. And that is, how do we do interpretation of the same? Administration is done in format that whosoever is administering sits side by side. Cards are shown one at a time in the same order, the order in which we have presented them. Okay. When we provide them for responses, generally we complete everything in one sitting. Okay, responses are measured in terms of how many responses are coming in. Generally, average responses in terms of what people see out of cards, on an average 25 of such kind of responses are received. When people give many and large responses, okay, it indicates that people are bright, they have range of interest. In case people give very small responses, they are not willing to say much, it indicates that they may have inhibition, they might be having some kind of depression kind of scenario, etc. Or maybe they are meticulous in terms of their behavior pattern, etc. There can be multiple ways of understanding this. Now, how do we understand and interpret? So there is a standard Exner scoring test. This is again, this again comes from psychology. This is also known as RORAC Comprehensive System, which is RCS, and it was developed in 1960 by John Exner. But more important is, it is integration of different psychological methodologies again, which have been introduced by Beck, Hertz, Klopfer, Petrovsky, and Report. Again, no psychologist, okay? And the responses are studied on basis of what location of the ink blot is focused upon, okay? What were the determinants when the responses were given? What was the level of accuracy in terms of the standard responses which are received vis-a-vis a completely new response which is received. Okay, what kind of connectivity and originality is indicated, we will understand more by looking at this slide. So when we talk about these responses, so in case, let's say somebody is capturing the entire ink blot, okay, so we mark that as W. Okay, in case many W responses come across 10 ink blots, it means that people have capacity for abstract integration. If there is vague W response, that is, people can't integrate what they see in these ink blots, it indicates low mental capacity, which is indicated by sometimes no, in another format. Okay, in case people give conventional responses, okay, they are marked as D. Okay, in case they give unconventional responses, then capital D and small d. In case instead of focusing on ink blot, they focus on the white background, then it indicates S. Okay, and multiple ways of again interpreting that. When we talk about D, it indicates that people are structured, they look at what regularly we all see. They are efficient in terms of when we talk about application of mental faculty, but there is no outstanding context as far as individuals are concerned, and so on and so forth. Let me not spend too much time on it, because as I stated, these are deep psychoanalytical techniques, but they do offer insight about personality of the respondent. Okay, and these insights are obtained from what form is focused on, what color is focused upon. Do people see any movement in sense that there is something going on? Do they focus on shade, etc.? And in multiple ways, it can be measured. Let me move on to measuring formats. Say, for example, when we talk about form, in case there is a lot of focus on form, okay, and less on other things, it indicates that when we refer to individuals, there is spontaneity, there is emotional warmth, there is some connection of fantasy. In case there is, this is low component, it indicates low capacity of logical thinking, etc. When we talk about color, they again talk about emotions, reflection of emotions. What colors are focused upon more? Is it red color which is focused upon more, which is pure color, etc.? Whether form is focused upon more or color is focused upon more, whether color is focused upon more or form is focused upon more, etc. Whether movement, people see movement, that something is going on in the images, etc. And each of the response which is given by the respondent is scored along these dimensions which I spoke about, whether it is location, whether it is form, whether it is color, whether it is movement, and then psychological interpretation of the same is done. Okay, so there are standard formats of doing psychological interpretation. Alphabets are connected to the psychological interpretation in order to do mapping, in order to do a quantitative interpretation or contextualization of whatever responses are given. Say, for example, when we talk about quantification of the responses, you can link this to a mapping format. Say, for example, CF is color form. Okay, FD is form dimension response, AG is aggressive movement capturing when the response has come. So you can mark them, but this is a very, very sophisticated technique. Not everyone can actually apply it. You need a background of psychology. You need a lot of experience of working on this test format in order to interpret it, apply it systematically and correctly. But in case if it can be applied systematically in the spirit that it is to be applied, if it can be interpreted correctly, there are hidden personality components which can be captured through this test. Okay, let me not spend now more time on that. Let me move on to next test, which is word association test. Now, this is something which will be also a relief in the sense that when we talk about this presentation of mine, this is a complex presentation in the sense that today we are talking about psychological testing techniques, okay, which are projective techniques. So if the previous one was heavy, this one is a light one and has relatively easy interpretation format and also business application format. So let me start with what do we mean by word association test. So when we want to understand personalities and mental faculties and mental functioning of individuals, we can give them series of words and ask them to give us response on what word is coming to your mind when you are looking at this word, or what sentence is coming to your mind when you are looking at this word. Okay, now this word association test is again a psychological technique. Okay, this again is studying your subconscious behavior, and many a times it is used in selection processes. But because it can be easily applied, because it can be easily understood, because it can be easily interpreted, this has a wider application and usage and is more commonly used both in business context as well as in other scenarios. Say, for example, as I stated, in selection processes, staff selection board process, government of India, they use word association test as one of the techniques to understand the personality, mental type, the format of thinking, and accordingly, marking is assigned to those whom they decide to select. Marking in the sense, it tells you about that whether or not you will like to have this personality type with you in your organization, or maybe you will like to say no to such kind of personality type. Okay, now how do we administer this? When we talk about word association test, so word is displayed in front of the candidate, and generally 15 seconds are given to him to form another word or maybe a sentence which is a meaningful one. Okay, so there has to be an association with the existing word. It has to be a meaningful word. It has to be maybe a meaningful sentence. Dependent upon what the people respond, we create an impression about them. This test generally consists of 60 words which are displayed, okay, maybe on projector, on pen and paper, and 15 seconds per word are assigned. Maximum of 15 minutes are given for the completion of this test, etc. Okay, and these words can be presented in random order, so they do not have no structured format of the way RORAC test had, that slide from 1 to 10 in the same format will be applied. So these can be random application, etc. People are given open-end kind of scenario where they can say what they will feel like saying, but with the time limit being applicable to the same. Now, this is an example from where we can understand that how this is applied when we talk about business scenarios. So a group of tourism professionals who were working on a strategic marketing, they were asked to suggest that what comes to their mind when they think of the word villages. And similarly, what comes to their mind when they think of cities, okay? And it was an open-end setup which was assigned to them. And the words which came forth, some of the words which came forth were serene, conservative, quaint, friendly, accessible, reliable. And when cities were asked to describe, these were described as brash, rushed, liberal, modern, cold. Now, what's the business context in this? Now, when the people are giving responses, and remember that this example which I'm showing you right now, This is coming from group of tourism professionals. Now, these tourism professionals are doing what? They are setting a marketing strategy. They are establishing a marketing strategy. In case you are in tourism, you have to market places. In case you are marketing places, you have to build up the context of the place, which is appealing to the consumer. And it should be capturing what all comes to various personality types when they look at this place. And in terms of that, when you apply this test in no setup where professionals are applying and they are giving their honest responses, you can give the word context, or you can get the word context, which can be used later on in setting up what we define as strategic marketing plan. Say, for example, in case the tourism setup is involving a setup which is rural setup, generally how in a strategic marketing that place then can be marketed? It can be marketed by defining the place as serene, the place as friendly, the place as accessible, the place as reliable, the place as quaint. Maybe you may not like to use the word conservative because it may not fit into what might be a good description which may attract most of the consumers to this place. Similarly, when you are trying to market a tourism place, which is a city, okay, you may not like to use the word brash, you may not like to use the word rushed, you may like to use the word liberal, you may like to use the word modern. And in this context, now try to think of when you have seen the marketing campaigns, especially in print media, real estate, tourism, etc., such kind of structured marketing campaigns, you will realize that there are certain words which are smartly used, and these words kind of capture our emotions as consumers. And these words have not come in randomly by doing a smart copywriting. These are part of or are outcome of what we define as psychoanalytical technique application, projective technique application, word association test application. So I believe you are able to understand the business context of how do we use this test, okay? In addition to that, it is also used in selection procedures. As I said, SSB uses word association test in selection procedures. Okay, now in this case, what is checked out, that how exactly the responses are being framed by the respondent. Are these optimistic responses? Do they indicate leadership? Do they indicate personality trait of honesty? Do they indicate responsibility? What kind of responses are coming in? Do they indicate negative thoughts like fear, cowardice, carelessness, etc.? Dependent on these responses, sometimes selection decisions are made in certain selection tests. You may say this might be unfair, this can be manipulated, whatever it might be, but this is a test which is used in selection processes. Say, for example, word like break can be given, word like cheat can be given, word like deteriorate can be given. Now, can I do one thing? Can I ask you to respond to few words? Okay, let me ask you to respond to what comes to your mind when you are thinking of word break. What comes to your mind when you are thinking of word failure? And what comes to your mind when you are thinking of word worry? Can I have quick responses in the chat box? Okay, break is T. It can be sentences as well. Okay, small sentences as well. Yeah. What else? Okay, career break. Okay. Yes. Break, friendship break. Okay. rule break. Okay, now this is very interesting. Now say for example, if somebody is responding to you as rule break, will you like to select that person, because that indicates certain amount of aggression, it indicates negative component in the personality. Lunch break, fine. Failure, not acceptance. Okay, failure, not acceptance of papers. Okay, you are possibly sharing your experience per se. Okay, then what else comes to your mind when you think of failure? Application failure. Okay, failure may indicate fear. Okay, I think this one is very interesting. One response has come, which is stepping. Failure is a stepping stone for success. So in case you want to have people who are motivated and positive, a response like this actually will be valued highly. If somebody on the other hand says unsuccessful, it means that there is certain context of demotivated personality which is being expressed. So very interesting. Okay, similarly, okay, I'll give another try, will be considered as positive response. Okay, worry about student placement. Okay, break from work. Okay, let's focus on worry right now so that we all are again on the same page. So when the word worry comes to your mind, what do you think of? Yes. Okay, any more responses on the word worry? Okay, care. Okay, it's a positive response. Yes. Worry about children career, worry time concentration, another thing. Okay. So again, how do you put it across in positive context? Can indicate your personality, how best we can deliver our responsibilities. Say, for example, it's a positive context. It can indicate about your personality. So I think very interesting responses I've got, and possibly these responses have also helped you to understand that when we talk about word association test, in how many formats it can be used. So we spoke about this marketing setup where the word association test was used to build up a strategic marketing plan in terms of what words will be used in marketing feature. And here we can look at word association test, which is used in order to decipher personality, whether or not the person is motivated, whether or not the person is one who is honest. Okay, sometimes these feelings can be indicated. So optimism, leadership, honesty, the sense of responsibility. In case they feature more, then a specific personality type is indicated, which might be conducive to an organizational setup. While in case most of the responses, if they are indicating fear or cowardice or carelessness, they may indicate a personality type which may not be suitable for an organization. And let me also say that these tests are used. Okay, so it's not just that we are stating and discussing here. These are actually used tests when you talk about selection procedures. Okay. Then let me move to another format of test, but I'll not spend too much time on it because again, this is a very complex psychoanalytical method. But let me give you brief about this again, because this is again a very popular psychoanalytical testing methodology. We call it as TAT in short. It is known as thematic appreciation test. It kind of gives opportunity to respondents to build up responses based on their imagination, and this imaginary stories which they build kind of indicate a lot about their personality formats. Okay, this test which we are discussing was developed in 1935 at Harvard by Henry Morgan and Kristen Murray. Okay. It indicates personality, need, attitude, based theories, okay, which people indicate in format of the stories they build around. So what is done in this? 31 pictures are presented to the participants. Some of these pictures are blank as well, and they are asked to respond. Okay, so some of the pictures I'll quickly take you through, but I'm not asking for responses. But when you look at these pictures, you may build up your responses. These can be positive responses, negative responses, complex responses, and they tell a lot about your personality when you look from the psychological perspective. And they can help again in setting up the need, belief, attitude, and personality context, which can also be applied in business setup when you are trying to understand values, attitude, etc. in the marketing context. So this is like one card. This can be other card in which there are images. There are two different images which I'm taking you through. This can be another one. These are again two different images which I'm taking you through. So people build their stories. What do they see? How do they interpret? What comes to their mind? How do they feel about it? And so on and so forth. So people give responses to these images, and from that, the interpretation is made. Okay, so what is the administration format? Generally, at least in one test, 20 are used in one go. Okay. They can be selected sometimes dependent on what is the age of the respondent or sex of the respondent, etc. Okay. And generally, this is a long test. It has 1 hour duration. People are given freedom in terms of giving their responses. These are not structured responses, but they indicate a lot about personality. Okay. And when these pictures are shown, certain specific questions are asked. Say, for example, questions like, what is happening at the moment and what the characters are feeling and thinking. So you are showing the imagery, and you're asking the respondent to say, what do you think is happening in this picture at the moment? And what do you think this character is feeling or characters are feeling? What they might be thinking, okay? What might have happened before this? And what can happen after this? Okay, so such kind of things can be put across, and people are asked to give their responses. What is immediately coming to their mind? They can be asked to build up stories. Some of these stories can be very dramatic and imaginative, but whatever it might be, it tells a lot about personality type. Okay, in this case, there are generally no what we call as accepted systems of scoring. When I showed you RORAC test, I also showed you a system of scoring, which is like a methodology, complete methodology. In this, there is no scoring system. This is more about interpretation of personalities, but tells a lot about personalities which you are testing while you are offering or conducting this test, administering this test to an individual. Okay, and these stories can be about if they see in the imaginary a hero, whether they feel about certain needs, which can be their own hidden needs, which they are expressing through their stories. They can talk about the struggle, which can indicate their own struggle. They can focus on environment around the story, and they can also indicate our personality types, cultural settings, etc. They can tell new things about their personality in terms of describing the outcome. Okay, how they are telling the story, the affective tone of the story. Okay, these can all be indicative of the personality formats. Okay, so this is again a very, very interesting methodology. Which is used in psychology, definitely, but also can be used in business settings in order to understand the personality format. So in that, when you talk about from where I started means, you remember I started with this case study, and I said, let me start with the case study before I talk about what I'm discussing today. And I gave you a business setting, and I said that this company is trying to deal with this complex problem of that how it brings in more and more doctors within its fold in terms of understanding their personality types and then bringing them on board without actually touching upon what the guidelines of Medical Council of India are in terms of marketing of a drug to the doctors, which sometimes has certain ethical components as well. Now that itself, when you refer to, was based on understanding personality. So when you talk about personality understanding, sometimes this test, which I spoke about, which is STAT, can help in analysis of personality, analysis of motivation, analysis of attitude, analysis of belief, analysis of needs. And in that context, sometimes you can set up your marketing format. Specifically, when you are talking about B2B marketing, business to business marketing, this may not be very good tool of interpretation when you are talking about B2C, because there the audience is very vast. But when your audience, your consumer numbers are limited, this can be a good format of interpretation of how will you like to set the business context, okay? The only problem with this test is because it is not a structured response test. There can be various ways of interpreting this. Sometimes these interpretations may not be actual reflection of what that entity is all about. And that is why this is slightly controversial, but at the same time, still we use it in psychology. Still it is one of the formats which is used in order to understand personality types. If this can be combined with other formats, it can give better result. But then this is one of the popular methods. Okay, so when you talk about RORAC test, as I said, this is a popular test. This is similarly when you talk about TAT test, this is a popular test in terms of understanding the dynamics of personality, in understanding the interpersonal relationships, in terms of understanding authority, etc., in terms of understanding need, attitude, cultural background, etc. Okay, let me move on to another test, which is draw a person test. In draw a person test, what do we do? In draw a person test, we give freedom to individuals to draw something, and dependent upon what they draw, then interpretation is made. Generally, this is applied to students, young students, in order to understand their creativity. How do they feel? Are they dealing with certain hidden issues? And through that, interpretations are made. They can also be used again in marketing context, dependent on how do you use them. Okay, so you give freedom to the person to draw individuals, and in this what is asked is you draw a man, a woman, and themselves, and then you say in addition to that whatever you feel like you can draw, and then people set up in context of certain settings what they do or how do they deal with various scenarios, etc. All those interpretations can be drawn from it. Okay, draw person test again has a format in which 10 to 15 minutes are given. The room in which this exercise is conducted should be less disturbed. You all pictures from that room. You should not give any kind of cue while people are drawing. Okay, they should use erasers to the minimum, and so on and so forth. And this again can help in understanding the personality. Okay. Is based on how people are drawing, what body part is reflected more. It can reflect about IQ, it can reflect about personality type, and so forth. So very, very interesting test. Once again, talk about projectile scoring technique. Okay. Let me not spend much time on it. Okay, but application is as follows. Okay. Sometimes medically it is used in order to understand schizophrenia. Okay, this is again a complex psychoanalytical test, may indicate the personality of individual, is specifically in case they have trouble drawing a person. Okay, sometimes you can say कि मेरी तो बहुत bad drawing है इसलिए I have a trouble drawing, but sometimes people find it difficult to draw certain body parts, or sometimes no, they draw which indicates something is going on in their mind, and this test is used for that format. But in business context, you have to definitely understand the personality type, what the person is thinking, how do they interpret their settings, and it can offer insight on that. Now, let me move on to the last one, which I'm discussing, which is sentence completion test, which was developed by Joseph M. Sachs. Sentence completion test, what exactly is done? Because this is again something which Sydenham has spoken to me about, that this needs to be again done. This is again a simple text, can be applied easily in the business context. Again, offers insight about what people think, what is going on in their mind, their needs, values, attitude, etc. Okay, and this test is specifically designed to get information about settings in which this test is given in context of family, in context of sex, in context of interpersonal relationships, in context of self context. Okay, so say for example, when we talk about family setting, okay, the questions can be like sentence completion test, because it is. So let me say that what completion format is given or provided. It can be like something like this: my mother and I. Now then it is open-ended, so you can interpret the family setting, attitude towards mother, father, family unit when you talk about sentence completion test. When you talk about other, say for example, interpersonal relationship, it can be questions like as follows: when I am not around with my friends, when I see my boss coming, the people who work for me at work, I get upset with. Okay, so this can be used in organizational behavior in terms of understanding the context of the employees in the organizational setting, the personality types. It can also be used in marketing. You have to frame the questions differently, and you have to give opportunity to the respondents again to give responses, which can be no sentence completion format kind of responses. I like this product because, okay, I like this component because. So you understand about your product, you understand about your marketing campaign, you understand about certain other important context as far as your marketing formats are concerned. You can get responses on price, you can get responses on promotion methodology. So 5 P's of marketing or 6 P's of marketing, the way you will like to look at them, these can be interpreted when you talk about sentence completion test, etc. You can also understand about self context of those who are responding. So questions like, I wish I could lose the fear of, my greatest mistake was, I believe I have ability to, when I was a child. So when you talk about psychoanalytical usage, it can be in this format. When you talk about self-context, business application, organizational behavior, it can be other formats of sentence completion tests, which can be applied to understand once again, get insights of what a personality is all about, their need, attitude, their values. You can get insights on, and these can be very, very interesting insights when you refer to consumers in their cultural setting, in the values they believe in. How will you like to then in that context promote and market your product, etc. So these are some of the thematic some of the tests which are applied when we talk about various formats of technique, projective techniques. When we say, for example, the one which we spoke about can be applied in group, it can be applied individually, and so on and so forth. The spontaneity of responses, it tells you so much about the respondents which are replying to it. Okay. Scoring and interpretation can indicate say, for example, conflicts, attitude, as I spoke about. Okay. So when we talk about the importance of sentence completion test, it as just to sum up. Okay. So what does it do? What exactly is it doing? Okay. It is giving opportunity to respondent to express their attitude, to express their personality type, to express their need, to express their values. And it has context in psychology at one extreme. It has context in consumer behavior at other extreme. It has application in economic theory. It has application in marketing theory. It has application in organizational behavior setting theory, etc. Okay. So on that note, let me stop here. I hope that I have not breached my time. Okay, so I think 15 minutes are at least in our hands to also do a journey or no, to go through your questions as well. Okay. Okay, so I am now, sir, open to the questions. Can I stop share? Are there any questions? I'm open to them.
Excuse me, ma'am. To conduct all these tests.
1 minute. I'm not able to hear you very clearly. You because there was a background noise. Can you come again on your question?
Ma'am, what is the background that is required for an individual to conduct all these tests? Because you have explained all these tests in a best way to understand for us.
Okay.
But just as a just I'm curious, like what could be the skills or what could be the background of an individual to administer these tests, to be a successful person to administer these tests?
Okay. Okay. Now, I have in fact discussed more than one projective technique today. I have discussed RORAC test, inkblot test. I have discussed TAT. I also have discussed at the same time word association test or sentence completion test, etc. Now, there are some which are complex psychoanalytic techniques. Say, for example, when you refer to RORAC in block test, I don't think somebody who is not a psychologist can apply that. Or similarly, when you talk about TAT, which is thematic appreciation test, it is again a deep psychoanalytical tool to understand complex personality components. So though they have business application, and I am not taking away their business application, but somebody who is a simple management professional ideally should not be applying it, because you need definitely understanding of psychology, where psychology not just at no superficial level, but deep understanding of psychology as a subject, as well as experience of applying this test and interpreting it before you can say that I can actually use this in business setting. So this if at all a company is trying to understand or decipher maybe personality type in B2B format, and it cannot be applied in B2C format, B2B format, etc. If a company is trying to use, if at all it is to be used in B2C format only, it can be used for cultural setting understanding. But in case it is being used by a company, it has to be used only through experienced psychologists who are holding no kind of mastery over this application or administering these techniques. On the other hand, when we refer to techniques like word association test, or when we refer to sentence completion test, these are also psychoanalytical techniques, but these are not as deep psychoanalytical techniques as the others were. These can be easily applied. There are standard ways also of drawing interpretation out of it. Say, for example, I spoke about word association test, and I gave you a marketing setting example, or I told you that how in the selection procedures you can use word association methodology to understand the personality type. Similarly, in sentence completion test, you can understand personality type by looking at how the sentence is being completed. I hope I've answered you, the question you asked.
Yeah, thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Yes. I believe there is one question in chat window. Okay. So there is this question which has come from Mangala Ishwari, right? Mangal Ishwari. I hope I have pronounced the name correctly. So she's writing, if people mocked, what they actually feeling means, how to interpret. Okay, can you explain a little bit more about this? You can unmute yourself. And can you tell me what exactly your question is about?
Ma'am, you are asked, suppose worry, what you are thinking about worry. Suppose
Okay.
I am feeling something, but I thought to tell in positive means like that. If the person is responding in like what he actually feeling, but he mocked that, he answering some other thing.
Yes. Okay. I got you. I got your question. So that is why these techniques are applied. Actually, what happens is there is this, there are some very interesting consumer behavior observations in India and abroad. You might have heard of this famous marketing personality, Rama Bijapurkar. Okay, she has written also books on how consumers behave. And again, there is very interesting example which I like to give here. So this company Honda, which produces varied variants of cars in the market. In 1990s, I believe it was 1990s or early 2000, was trying to understand Indian market and consumer behavior. And whosoever was going to their showroom, they were trying to collect a response from them, which was a structured questionnaire. Not just going to their showroom. Going to their showroom will actually expand the response parameter. They were asking everyone who was buying the Hero Honda, okay, Hero Honda, the Honda City car type from a showroom of Honda. They were asking the respondents to tell them that what their income setting is, what do they do, what is their occupation. And most of the respondents were saying that their income is middle income category. So there are again ways of interpreting income. So you have standard ways of putting in frame that whether you belong to middle income group, whether you belong to high income group, whether you belong to low income group, etc. Now, most of the respondents who are buying Honda City way back in the decade of early 2000 was saying that we were coming from middle income group. And this company was perplexed that how come our 80% of the buyers are in the middle income group. And in that decade, actually the general average income of middle class families was not so much that they could have afforded the car, which was aspirational car, Honda car. So some interpretations were like this, that maybe people are aspirational and that is why they are buying this. But there was something wrong which the company felt, that company felt it doesn't explain that why 80% of the responses are coming from those who belong to middle income group and are buying this car? Is it that our marketing strategy is wrong? Are we targeting wrong customer segment? Do we need to change our marketing setting and need to focus upon middle income group and change our marketing message? And in that context, Rama Bijapurkar was hired, and she was asked to decipher that what was happening. And she spoke to the customers informally. And when you speak to people informally, the kind of insights which you get sometimes can be far greater than what you get in structured formats. And what she understood, that Indians do not want to share how much they are earning. And they always, in fact, undershow or show less when they are asked about their income. And most of the buyers, majority of the buyers, in fact, came from the families which were high income group families. But while stating to the company or talking about their income, they were not sharing the details. So I think I've answered you. When there are responses which you can't get in structured qualitative research methods. Say, for example, it can be a survey method. It can be also sometimes very clean expressed opinions which you are taking on a Likert scale. You may not get insight about consumers in case you are also not simultaneously using unstructured method and sometimes projective techniques. Yes.
Yes. Thank you, ma'am. Actually, I'm enjoying your answer. Very nice, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other question?
Good morning, ma'am.
Yes.
From Odisha.
Yes.
Yeah, ma'am, I have a query of that. So can organization recruit C-shoot on the basis of this test?
Come again. Can you repeat your question, please?
So can organization recruit C-shoot on the basis of this test?
Okay, I think you are referring to the word association test.
Yes, but
We're
that
talking
is
about
also,
others also. Okay,
yes.
so if you will observe that most of the recruitment processes, even on campus, I am a management faculty, even Srivastava sir is a management faculty, and so many companies come to our campuses. And many of these companies use psychological testing methodologies to understand and interpret the attitude. And then only they do the recruitment. Okay, I spoke about, while I was discussing my topic today, I spoke about one of those methodologies, which is word association test, which is in fact used in the selection process. So yes, companies do that. And should they be doing it or not? I'll say why they shouldn't be doing it. They should be doing it because the employee becomes part of your company. The mental framework of the employee is going to be contributing to the growth of your company. You will like to have people who have the right fit in your company. You will like to understand their values and their beliefs, etc., to understand whether there is right fit as far as company is concerned. And in that scenario, I think these projective techniques can be helpful.
Ma'am, if I am asking about the sentence completion test, it would be valid for that test to do recruitment on C-shoot?
There is always, what you are asking is again a very interesting thing, that what is the validity? I think the question is focusing on that. So this is something which has been discussed a lot in various literature studies which have been conducted on these various tests which I have shown today. And many people have actually questioned the validity. But at the same time, let us understand that these are also simultaneously tools to understand personality types, understanding the value structure component of individuals, their beliefs, their attitudes, etc., their motivation level, And in that context, you can't completely negate them as well. But yes, their validity has been questioned. And the way we do mathematics, that if you say this, answer is going to be this. In that context, yes, many of them might not have 100% validity of fitting them into a structured format, the way possibly other responses can be set when you talk about structured qualitative research methodologies.
Yeah, ma'am. That's why I'm asking you the sentence completion test, which is purely based on the self-observed.
Yes.
That's why I'm asking. Thank you, ma'am.
Yes. And these responses can also change. Say, for example, if a sentence is assigned to me today, the response which I'll give today, my response today may differ from the response which I gave last year, because my response might also define my current frame of mind, and my frame of mind keeps on changing. Pre-COVID response and post-COVID response, just to give you, maybe context of what you are talking about. So I agree with what you are saying.
Thank you, ma'am. Thanks for doing that.
I believe there is one more question which has come in chat. Okay. No, I think I've taken all. Yeah.
If there are no questions.
Hello.
Yes, ma'am.
Am I audible?
Yeah, you are audible, ma'am. Please carry on.
Yeah. I had one question. Like, supposingly, if I'm collecting data and I'm organizing, like I'm taking interviews from certain respondents, and I also want to check, like, supposingly, for example, if I'm writing a research paper related to, COVID situation, how COVID has impacted employees in a particular sector. So I have a question, or I'm taking an interview from employees in a certain sector. So along with that, may I create a questionnaire along with like to check whether what was their personality, or whether they are majorly impacted due to the impact of COVID, or it is somewhat their personality which has actually impacted and force them to behave in that particular way or handle the situation in a particular way. I hope I'm clear with my
I got
question.
your question.
Yes, ma'am.
My response matches with what you were asking. In case my response doesn't match, you can always again ask me that question. So you are asking that because of this pandemic, many people have been impacted, and there has been definitely also at the same time deep mental impact. But can whatever you are, when you're trying to understand that what has been the COVID impact, in that, should this component be also one of the mapping of your study? Yes, it can be, in case if you are trying to understand the psychological side of it. But in case you want to understand that how COVID has created this psychological response, for that, the pre-COVID testing was also important. Okay, so without that, you will not be able to draw a good interpretation.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Srivastava, tough topic, sir.
Because I knew that it was able to give good justice to the subject. In fact, let me thank you, ma'am, for taking up this topic and explaining very beautifully. In fact, I, being a pharma man, I learned one point which I will definitely try to implement in some of my client companies. It's called case study, online case study discussion among the doctors, which you have mentioned in the beginning. It's a very interesting point. I used to try only the lecture methods of eminent doctors to the fellow doctors on treatment, this, that. But this is a very interesting subject, where the people will be motivated to share their experience on diagnosis. So there's a good point I learned. And in fact, you are, as you rightly said, that projective technique is psychological testing. And in the industry, you can use it also, or in the academia also, you can use it by combining the projective with focus. The combination of both the tools, if possible, can be tried. And as you rightly said that during the COVID time, the behavior of the people changed. And yesterday night only, I got one very good news that one of my paper on the COVID, which I have written 2 years back, got accepted in the International Journal of Social Science, which is listed as the A grade journal. And there the same question which this lady has asked you, ma'am, that before kya tha, after kya tha, this is called control measures. So we have to do justice to these questions. Why we have not used the control measures, right? So because nobody expected COVID to come, right?
Yes.
So how will you measure before COVID? This is the issues. So that justification was accepted, and it took two and a half years to get the paper accepted in journal. So I have to upgrade it to 22 references latest. They said you add, and one of the reviewer was very kind enough, as you rightly said, he gave some information about you can add these references, that references. So I don't know what is his name, but he was very good. So or she was very good. So कल अच्छा news आया इसलिए मैंने पूछा, let me, and you talked about corona, so let me give this is, but how tedious it is,
Yes.
it is writing a research paper is not so simple.
Easy. Yes.
Yes, and you have to have a lot of passion, passion both होना चाहिए.
To patience and passion, sir, both have to be combined together, and
Yes,
you have the right combination of both.
No, thank you, ma'am. Thank you
Yes,
once
sir.
again for coming and also giving a very nice lecture. And we look forward for our continuous association in future too, ma'am.
Thank you so much, sir.
Please give a big hand to her.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am.
So,
you can log off.
okay, I'll log off, sir.
Good morning to all of you. Now I'm the next batsman. So I'll be talking to you on how to write a qualitative research paper. Again, let me share my experience. But before that, Dr. Ubale has informed me that some of you have not filled up the feedback form for yesterday. So since, all of you, most of you are there. So some of you who have not filled up, please fill it up. That will be important because you'll be marked absent, because one of the criteria of filling the feedback form is that how many people were present, and we have to upload this data on AICT ATAL. So my humble request with folded hand, please fill up the feedback form, those who have not done. Those who have done, kindly ignore it. But those who have not done, please do it. And it is there on your chat box. Professor Dr. Ubale has already put, so you please do that. And for yesterday, he has already done. So my humble request, don't, those of you who have filled up, don't fill it up again, because I don't think this form will take up. You will not be allowed to fill up again. But those who are not filled up, you can fill it up. So I will just wait for 2 more minutes, if you don't mind. It doesn't take much time, sir. Please cooperate with me so that later on there should not be any hassle. AICT, is very, I would say, they're very strict about it. So, we don't want to have trouble for all of you. Now, the same attendance for the today's attendance sheet and the feedback form will be circulated at at around 3:30 after the third lecture is over. So you please cooperate so that this can be done. This is only shared on we only shared on the chat box so that everybody is there. So उसमें आप करके कर सकते हैं ना, they know how. Yeah. So Yes, it is for yesterday only. The feedback form is for yesterday only. Because some of you have not filled up. That is the reason. 85 people have filled up, remaining people have not filled up. So I thought, if you can fill it up, that will be great. Because later on, you will say, Arey, I filled up, I have not, why you are marked as absent? So there's a lot of hassles, So why unnecessarily create a hassle? We are here to enjoy the lecture, right? Yes, it is recorded in the already recorded. And also, the Zoom has got a system where it will say, but what happened, once, you move out, then it, and you are present, but you move out. So automatically the Zoom records that you have moved out. You are not present. So it is better, to be, to safeguard your interest, we decided to have this system. Because if you suppose you log in and you move out, then what happens, it notices that you have moved out. So, why you have that system, where, you are marked absent for that. In order to help you, we are trying to do that. If you're done, shall I start? Because it's a long lecture. Okay. Good morning to all of you. Today, we'll be discussing the problems and issues of writing qualitative research paper. And then, as one of the person has rightly suggested, that tips on writing qualitative research paper. So I'll be just sharing the live examples with that. So let us first talk about why publish. Because some faculty, they believe that teaching ho gaya, bahut ho gaya. But actually the trend has changed. Today, the teaching is only 30% and research is 70%. So get away from the old belief, that you are only meant for teaching. Your teaching load is only 30%. Worldwide, I'm talking to you, not India. But that is a problem. Biggest problem in India is that people don't do research. I'm sharing my thought process because I have organized more than 17, 18 conferences in my life from 2004 onwards. And but it's very, very difficult to get the research paper. So because the people that doesn't have the habit of writing, there's a problem. So if you really want to publish, you have to think about what to publish. It should be new. It should not be a copy paste. Many times, we get the abstract. Well, we help the audience. I remember way back in 2012, I received 4 papers from the same authors using different names as a co-author. And all the 4 papers were plagiarized. So I spoke to him because he's supposed to give the phone numbers. So I spoke to him. I said, sir, if you do this on a regular basis, you can be arrested because there's a law that if I lodge a complaint against you, you can be arrested for plagiarism. So, you please withdraw all the papers. So I made him withdraw all the 4 papers. I said, if you don't withdraw, I'll be compelled to take action. So please write original, your thought process. This is one point I thought, let me share with you. You can review the papers, that is another way of writing review paper. That is, you can do that. Or you can do both primary and secondary research both, or you can do qualitative and quantitative research. And I observed of late during the last 2 to 3 years, if you do qualitative research and quantitative research, the acceptance rate goes up, right? And that is my learning. I may be wrong, but I'm just sharing my thought process with limited experience of having published more than 210 papers. So why, what not to publish? You should publish which is of relevant topics. Don't publish which is already done long back, right? अभी कोविड के बारे में don't publish. इतना papers हो गए हैं, इतने papers हो गए हैं, I tell you. So you think beyond COVID. Something which is, as one of the faculty was discussing, something on the psychic behavior of the customer. Right? How the customers are behaving in post-COVID era, because COVID has gone. So if you again say the same hectic topic, of COVID, it will be a problem, because I have seen the number of papers when I wrote 3 years back, 2019 we started, right? Papers we prepared in 3 months time, and then that time getting the references on COVID was very less. And by the time this paper got accepted, which I received yesterday, myself and Dr. Bhanot, we have done together. So you'll be surprised that there's so many references has come, and in fact many good journals have stopped accepting the papers on corona-related, COVID-19 related papers. So you have to you have to think the topic which is relevant. Out of date work, which is outdated. Many times we give reference of 2008, 98, 2001. In fact, recently one paper, which I have sent on, this is the primary research. The topic is, I'm just 5 minutes I'll take for a warm up. So, this topic was something related to, when you communicate, when you communicate the brand in the film, how it has impact, because there was a very few research on this topic. So I've taken, the papers of 98, 2000, 2010. The remark came in, now this paper has come back to me. And he said that, sir, you remove all the references which are 2012 before and add new references. So I start thinking that itna reference hona chahiye. So the point is I'm trying to say that you don't do work which is outdated, means which is already very old. Theories you can take. If you are doing about application of theories, yes, you can apply the theories which was propounded some years back. Duplication of previously published work, don't do it. Unless there is a model which you want to validate in India. For an example, one of my PhD students is a professor now, Uma Bhushan. She did a validation of the PR model which was adopted in the US. So she did it, and she got the PhD way back in 2006 or 7, something like that. No incorrect and unacceptable conclusion should be, you should refrain. You should write down what the conclusion is, and accordingly you should talk about it. This is the, you have to have a good manuscript. This is just a general, sorry. Let me talk about something. You have, before you start writing your papers, ask yourself, what is the new thing I have done? Is it new, interesting? I ask myself, so what? Ask yourself, is it a hot topic, right? For an example, uses of the technology uses of technology in digital payment. It's an old topic, but you can modify by adding that how it is accepted, by the grocery shop owners, right? The grocery shop owners will like to have a cash. They don't want to deal with a digital payment. So what is that behavior pattern? Why they don't accept? Is it because they are paying tax, right? Because anything when they buy, they have to pay GST. So why they are accepting cash? Or have we provided solutions to some of the difficult problems? Like I told you earlier that, suppose, I'm using a research on how the people react to. Yesterday I spoke to you, celebrity endorsing a brand, sports celebrity endorsing a brand, a mascot endorsing a brand, how the educated people react. Very, very important point, because educated people are very rational. Their left brain is more active than the right brain. So in that situation, how can I explain the behavior of the educated people? Will they behave the same way as say undergraduate will behave, right? So if you have done that, if you have answered these queries, which comes in your mind, then you have to ask yourself, am I ready to publish? If you say it is ready, and then you go ahead. What I do normally, I write papers. I'm just sharing my thought process. I may be wrong, but I'm just sharing my thought process. So what I do, normally I write papers and then sleep over it for 15 days, 20 days. And then again I reopen. Think about it. This is a self-learning process. I thought, let me share. And then I realized that, oh, this is the mistake I have done. This is another mistake I have done. This is another mistake I have done. So let me rework. So that is how you can develop the paper, because when you have a passion, right? There is a passion, and second is a biased opinion. Because when you write, you feel everything is the best. But when you give a pause and then relook at your own paper, you'll find there are some mistakes. So which you can do that. It's just a loud thinking of right. So a good manuscript should be very clear, useful, and should give exciting scientific message. So the message, so what? Ask yourself, so what? The focus on your contribution. Why your study is important. Focus on that and follow in a very logical sequence as per the format given by the journal. So it is, and you have to showcase your abstract is the showcase of your paper. So please make sure that you write abstract as per the format of the journal. At the same time, highlight those points which differentiate your paper from others. So, that is the message I thought let me share with you. Then the word about your words, please don't write I, we, you, because I have seen people writing I, we, you.
Right.
Yeah, please don't write all these, because it will be rejected at the desk itself, right? Because these are not acceptable norms, right? You please use simple word. Don't use difficult word which cannot be understood by the people. Let me share my experience in 2018. I was in New Orleans. There were host of series of editors, like in our conference, 9th Asia Pacific Conference, we have got two editors. One is the Justin Paul. He's an editor of A-grade journal called International Journal of Consumer Studies. And there is another editor. He's an editor of export marketing in the science publications. So they'll be sharing their thought process of how to, write a good paper. And if those of you who are attending the conference, I'm sure they will be able to understand the subject better. So what I have learned in this New Orleans, they were host of series of editors. When you attend a conference, you can learn a lot, because people are learning till he dies. If you feel that you know enough, that you are living in a fool's paradise. That is what the marketing jargon is. Because customers are always, they like to live in a fool's paradise. A marketing man has to break open that glass, so that he can listen to you and understand that the word which he's saying is not right. The word is different. So that is how I tell the marketing people and as a faculty, don't feel that you know the best. You will never know the best till you die. So you continue to learn, and unlearn what you have done. The biggest problem in 21st century is this, that people are not willing to unlearn what they have learned and relearn to face the new reality of life. Because especially in post-COVID-19 era, the things have changed, right? So first three pages should create interest. That is the introduction part, should create an interest, abstract and introduction, should create an interest. This is what I learned. I thought, let me share with you before I go to the qualitative research paper writing. Then, the conceptual framework should be narrative. And then, you link the hypothesis to the research questions. The conceptual framework should be based on your research questions. And the research question should be there in the introduction chapter itself. And the research question hypothesis should be linked, and so as your theoretical construct. Another point which I learned is that journal style to be strictly followed and the reference style to be followed. In fact, in one of the journal, the paper was sent back. They say that please study the APA style. And the editor was bent upon teaching me what is APA style. I was surprised myself that I have written so many papers and the speaker, the editor, chief editor is not agreeing to my way of referencing. I tried whatever he said 3 times, 4 times. So I was so frustrated that I withdrew the paper and submitted the same paper to a grade journal. That is the Journal of International Journal of Social Science, where it got published. It was accepted for review and it got published. But the point which I'm trying to say that sometime, you have to undergo a lot of mental agony, and it shakes your belief that, do you know enough? Right? It shook my confidence level, to be very honest with you. And Dr. Bano, who was my PhD student, and at present he is the head of data science and written 2-3 books. He's an associate professor. He was also disturbed. So as am I. I said, what the hell? I asked him, you better try, because I should do myself. I said, I am fed up. I can't think beyond that. It can happen. It can happen. It can give you mental agony. For an example, I wrote many years back when I joined from academics, so from industry to academics. So, I wrote, the one faculty told me, sir, your lecture is good, but you have got, lecture is not only thing in life. So lecture is not only thing in your life. So what you have to do, sir, you have to write research paper, because in academia, the research is more important. I thought, lecture itna acha jata hai, why bother? Why bother? So, what I did, I did not, I did follow her. At present, she is a senior professor in one of the IIMs. So, the point which I'm trying to say that, you have to do some research, develop a passion if you want to be different. Because when you do research, you get new ideas, and that new ideas, you can translate it in your lecture. Because all PPTs are available on website and on the Google. So if you take the same PPT and explain, student will say, "Arey, ye to sab available hai. What new thing you're talking about?" So this is how I have developed myself. The reference style should be followed, and conclusions should have a summary of the same. Now let us talk about the quality of research paper, what it is. You must publish as an academician. Because now if you see the worldwide, including India, including AICT and NAC, everybody is having that, either you publish or perish, right? Right? The teaching versus research is equally as important as it was. So I said, either, if you feel that teaching is important, then you join an institute where only teaching is done. But worldwide, if you want to have a recognition, or if you want to be known, try to develop a research. use conference for improving paper. That is the reason why I was talking to you. That for you, we are allowing open up to 8th March. If you have guts, right? If you have guts to write papers, I'm using a very strong word because I'm sorry to say that many faculty they don't write papers. So if you have guts, do write. We'll help you to improvise it. The conference is for the where you can come across many senior faculties from abroad, from global, who will give you the guidance how to improvise. Take it in a very positive manner, right? Don't take it, don't rub you. It doesn't rub you. Tell yourself that it is not rubbing my ego, right? And take it in a positive manner, and you see how you will improve. That's what I have improved, sir. I used to get sentences like, "You don't know English." This is the sentence the reviewer has given to me, right? You don't know English. Try to take the help of some English writer. So can you imagine, the person who was an Asia head as far as corporate is concerned, who is a professor, right? And he's getting this sentence. It makes you stronger, right? Don't take it to your ego that, oh, kya hua? Koi baat nahi, he's got right to say so. If you felt fine, no issues. So take it in a positive manner. Try to improvise. That's how we can improve, right? Then the topics should be relevant. Very, very important, right? Research gaps should be well identified through the literature review. Very, very important that your literature review should have the lead to the gap. Otherwise, what is the sense of writing literature review, right? Data design under methodology should be elaborated. This is what is happening in qualitative research. Data design is very, very important. Methodology chapter in qualitative research is more important compared to quantitative research. This is what I have understood, right? And we'll give you some couple of examples to correct, to convey the right message. Ask the editor of delay. Suppose आपका 2-3 महीना हो गया, response नहीं आया, remind him. I remind, sir, I have not heard so far from you. Please inform the status. Well, say for an example, this paper which I was talking to you about, which took 3 years. I kept reminding this editor, Sebastian, 4 to 5 times, sir, man, what happened? What happened to my paper? What happened to my paper? So you have to push, right? Because nowhere they mentioned that it will take 24 months or 3 years, but it took 3 years. Another paper, it took 4 years to get it published. And in spite of reminding every 6 months, I used to remind, kya ho gaya, what happened, what happened, what happened, what happened. Finally, it got published. So a review paper on spirituality, how spirituality enhances the productivity, which one of the faculty is also doing. The new terminology which I have learned from her is the indigenous management. The new terminology. Thank you, ma'am, for sharing this thought process of it's called indigenous management. So that is how the qualitative research means. So if you want to do the qualitative research, you have to have introduction. You have to have literature review, right? Gap analysis, right? Identification of variables, right? In research design, which is more focused, should be elaborated more, right? Your sample design should be elaborated. Questionnaire, if you have focus interview, what are the questions you have formed, that should be elaborated. And then the data design is another area where you can do that. That is the data design, how you intend to analyze it. And then the results and discussion. The discussion part in qualitative research should be more robust. That is more important. And then comes, of course, the conclusions. Now, having discussed that format, let me give you the live examples of the qualitative research. For example, this qualitative research, is the topic has been taken from, the journal which is a journal of qualitative methods. There are very few journals which they publish qualitative research paper. My experience of writing qualitative research is very, very hard. Means very difficult to get it published. I may be biased, but now with the new techniques coming in, the software which are coming in, so you can incorporate the software technology to say that there is no biasness in my thinking process, so that this paper can be published. For an example, this paper, Impact of COVID-19 on Experience of Food Insecurity. This is the topic. This is the paper which was published paper. So you have to write down introduction, one paragraph, and then background justification. That is the format of the journal. That means why you have taken this subject. Why you have taken this subject, that's called background justification. So you see how many references have been added in this current paper, which is as this is published in 2021. Latest paper I have taken to make you understand. First is introduction. Second is background justification. That means why this topic? What is so great about it? What is so important about it? So what? Ask yourself and try to put in writing as a background justification. This is the format of the journal I'm discussing, right? And taken from the published research paper. Again, you see the continuation, background study justification. Continue. So the introduction itself, introduction page itself is a one to two page, right? Here, and you see a lot of references, as latest references as 21 is updated references have been added. That is the message I thought, let me give it to you. Then, the same thing continued. You see, again, the references are provided there. Then background justification again provided. Then what after the background, this one, he is talking about the outline of research, outline of research, how you are trying to proceed, how you have done the research. So a background information or justification followed by how you intend to do, how you have done research, not intent, how you have done research, that is being listed here, right? And then preliminary findings on the earlier researchers based on the earlier researchers' findings. We are talking about the third point. That means उन्होंने क्या बोला आपका उस टॉपिक के बारे में, अभी तक उन्होंने क्या किया, right? Now we are talking about conclusion part of those researchers where the people have talked about, which we have mentioned, preliminary findings. So these all are going on, and then come the fourth part is the research questions. Am I mentally with you, sir? All of you. So the research questions is the the another point which is very, very crucial in qualitative research. So what we have done, introduction. Number 2, justification for the topic. Number 3, preliminary findings, what others have done, that it means focus on conclusion. And then 4th is based on these observations, what are the problems and issues which you can translate into a research questions. So that is the research questions. So he has raised 4 research questions in the paper. Then comes the method. You see, literature review is missing. In this journal, that is Journal of Qualitative Methods, the literature review is missing. But there are some journals which also focuses, we say that you have to do the literature review too. So here you see the qualitative methods, Journal of Qualitative Methods. The literature review is missing. Only in the introduction, I have brought all the references which are required, which you normally put in literature review under the chapter of justification of topic, under the chapter of preliminary findings of the researcher, where we have covered the conclusion part. And then let's see the methods, where you have to elaborate it. Research design is the key things, right? So he has talked about how the methodology research design was done. Then he has given cases, like you can give cases, or you can, if somebody has done projective technique, you can talk about the projective technique used by other researcher, and then justify, because this person has used case studies method. So it's qualitative research, or you can use projective techniques, or you can use focus interview, talk about what the people have done in methodology part, and justify your own technique, why you use this. That is in the methodology part will come. And then comes the recruitment and the sampling strategy. That means how you recruited a small number of people, right? Like Facebook or social media if you're using. How did you select those people? And what were the criteria, as we discussed earlier? That you have to mention. And then methods. Say he has taken 30 per state, total only 150 people participate. So he is giving you how the people, we have justified that 30 per segment he has taken, per state he has taken. So total 150 people were selected. 150 people cannot be published. It is very difficult to get it published in a quantitative journal. So that is how this process, this paper we have discussed. And then he's talked about the methods, how it was done, when it was done. So we'll discuss that. Okay. And then data collection, how data was collected, so you have to explain that, because kaise aapne bulaya focus interview. Yesterday you had seen Dr. Bhanot presenting that how focus interview was conducted, how people were eliminated online. So these are the few things which we have discussed. You see the write-up of the data collection method, which is being covered by the person concerned. See the data collection, kitna likha hai unhone, right? We expect the interview to be completed by 2022. The paper got published. Then data handling and analysis. This is the latest publication, still not out. I got it, so I thought let me handle it. Data handling and analysis. What are the methods they have used to analyze the data? That's what a detailed procedure is added here, right? See how many paragraphs after paragraphs person has written. This is what I learned. Then he has added one more word: ethics and reflexity. Ethics is very important. So as per the journal, you have to write on ethics and reflexity. So the person has written on the same. Then rigor, how rigorous? Because as I told you earlier, the qualitative research paper always, if you don't use the sophisticated instrument, it is always under cloud, because it can be biased. This is my personal opinion. I may be wrong, right? Please, this is my personal experience. I stand to be corrected. So rigor, you have to write down rigor. How it was done. What are the plus point? What are the negative point? How do you have avoided the error? All those things, you have to mention based on your pilot study. You see, what is the next one? Straight away, the person has gone for discussion and conclusions. This is one style of Journal of Qualitative Methods, which is published in 2022 January. Mentioned January wrong. So discussion में देखें कितना उन्होंने लिखा है. So what I learned, let's focus on that. What we have done, the background, the format. In fact, if you see the format of this journal, you have to write in that journal. That if you write in that journal, after the introduction comes, this is what I have learned. Write down the background study. You need not, suppose you're writing for some other journal, background study chhod dete hain. Don't write the headline, at least write a paragraph. That what is the background of the study? Justification. Justify why did you take up this subject, right? So what? Outline the research. That means this is the normal, which I'm sure all of you must be writing one paragraph, that how, in quantitative research also, now it is a practice to write a brief paragraph on the flow of the paper, So there, in flow of the paper, you can write down. And then preliminary finding, this is something new which I learned. Because I'm not using the literature review. So I've added the preliminary findings, and the research questions comes last. Normally, in quantitative research, what I have understood, that if you write research question in the introduction section, then link with the developing theoretical construct and hypothesis and your I would say your objective, then it is very, very clear that you know what you're doing. If I don't link it, then there is a question mark on the acceptance of the paper. Then the sampling strategy is something new which I learned. Questionnaire design, and then data collection, which is there, and then data handling and analysis, ethics and reliability, reflexity was something, and the rigor, something which I have not done in my life, to be very honest with you. So of course we do reliability, but reflexity or the ethics, normally मैंने नहीं लिखा था, एक दो पेपर में लिखा था, because the journal was saying that you have to add the ethics. So that was a quantitative research, so it's not very commonly used, but here the journal is using it. So I thought, let me share the experience. I hope I have clarified the point which our madam has asked. And then, so therefore, what the general structure of a full article will be: one will be the title, then you write the author's name, then abstract, keywords, nothing great I'm talking to you, right? Then in the introduction, main text will be introduction. Then you write methods, then results or discussion, and then you write results. But if you are using focus interview, there you can write down what are the results you got, and then you discuss. Try to link with your theory if possible, right? Trying to link with your the model, because hypothesis in qualitative research is, you have seen, is not there at all. And then the conclusions part, right? So in exploratory research, normally we don't write hypothesis. So these are basic fundamentals. So in qualitative research, try to avoid writing hypothesis. This is what I have understood. I may be wrong, but this is the the process. Then having discussed one paper, which I thought you must have given some example. So the introduction chapter is very, very important. जैसे मैंने आपको कहा, 3 pages are very, very important. Abstract and 2 pages of introduction. So here you have to write in why you are studying this, why you are studying, justify. What are the important questions? What should reader know already, and what reader doesn't know? If you can write, nothing like it. Does it add to the existing knowledge? This is the questions which I asked one senior editor, whom I have kept, send the paper 15 days back. So the response was that, no, your paper is lacks so many things, so you have to relook at your paper, right? So I asked him, fine, but you have written one relook, but I took about 6 months to write a research paper. So can you please elaborate? How can I relook at my paper? Because I may be biased. So he wrote, the same thing which I knew, but I have never applied maybe. So what? What is so great about it? Why it is important? All W's, all 5 W's you should answer. And then I'm sure you'll be able to come to the conclusions. That is the process. I thought, let me share. Are we using any theory? If you can try to mention that part, that will be great, Then comes the next slide is in the introduction. Allow the reader to understand the context. Very, very important. Right? Review what is known about the research topic in the introduction chapter. Right? Include statement of goal of the study, aim of the study you have to write before. So introduction has certain format. Last paragraph should be what is the flow of the paper. Uske pehle, what are the aims of the subject? That is very, very important. So that you are clear about what is missing. Then the cited work should be directly relevant to the objective of the paper. Very, very important. Get enough references, right? At least 30, 35 references should be there, because this chief editor also told me that, sir, here is only 30 references, make it 45 references. Because when you make 45 references, you cross the limit of 7,000 words. So I thought, let us reduce the references, make it which is more relevant, so that it fits into that 7,000 words. My research paper was crossing 11,000. So 11,000 to reducing to 7,000 words are not so, is very, very difficult, not so easy. So it is not a place to summarize everything in introduction. Please remember that. And that you have to understand that what you are talking, whether it can be understood by the people. Very, very important point. Have you done something new, interesting? This is what I always ask after I told you. You read your paper again after 10 days or 15 days. Aap puchiye, is it something new I'm writing? Is it something challenging? Is it hot? And check with Google ProQuest EBSCO, whether it could be useful to you or not. I just thought, I'll share my experience of music. In 2012, I published a paper, and which was in the conference, which was very well covered in the Times of India, Hindustan Times, and in the process, I got Society of Performing. There is a performing Society of Performing Artists Association. They came to me and they said, sir, you write many papers so that we can get funding. Because if they play music, they have to pay royalty, and the royalty can be given to retired musicians, and so that it will be useful. So they funded my research project for 3 years, and I wrote a lot of papers related to restaurant, related to malls. So that is how you come to know about it. Recently, one of my paper, in 2021, जो मैंने बता रहा था, celebrity versus sports celebrity versus mascot, which one is better? Now is one international company which is UK based, they want to have a podcast and they want to circulate among all the corporate people. I am surprised. So there are many events which make you global. Your chance to convince the reader is very, very important. The tips: describe the problems, right? What are the main limitations in earlier studies that you must highlight? Why? Because of limitation, many a topic here. Because we have problem, isliye many topic here. Because you have tried to justify why I have taken this topic, right? Editor hate references which are irrelevant to the work. For an example, if I give a reference on Corona paper, jo pehle hua tha, Spanish flu, it is irrelevant, right? This is what I learned. And still I have quoted it. So I have to delete it, right? So the point I'm trying to say that pehle reference nahi milta tha. Why people are anxious? Why people are depressed during Corona time? Nobody experienced it, right? So you have to go in the past. And off late, there are so many papers. So you can get information about the same. So avoid references which are irrelevant, right? Only quote references. Nothing great I'm talking to you, sir. Just I'm recapitulating your mind process for writing the good qualitative research paper. As I told you, introduction plays a very, very important role. It is like a opening a showcase of your paper, right? So you don't use too many words, right? You please don't avoid excessive word like novel, first time, nobody has done. All these words are trash word in the field of academia. This is what I learned, right? Method selection plays a very, very important role. So that is where you have to be very, very important. Then discussion part. This is what I learned from this paper, that your result means that you have to sell the data research. This is very, very important. Now, what is the difference between qualitative and qualitative research? Thoda briefly bata deta hu. The qualitative research is normally 6,500 to 10,000 words. But in qualitative research, it is 5,000 to 8,000 words, or even 3,000 words will be okay for certain journals, right? You have to adopt the scientific methods. Here, you are flexible. Focus is on data in quantitative, while in qualitative, focus is on, on the theory part, because you are using an inductive approach, not deductive approach, right? So, you can use pictures, but here you can use tables, graphs, etc. It is basically avoid using graphs, use tables for quantitative paper, but in qualitative paper, you can use graphs, and you can use pictures also. So these are the, few, the findings, basically 60% of the qualitative paper, 50 to 60%, the pages are, covered by the findings, the results part. Here, the findings are only 30% to 40%. That means it is less, the pages are devoted to findings. I hope I have been able to clarify, because I'm also learning like you. So let me give you another example. You can write down in your chat box if you feel so. We can definitely answer. Let me give you another example of writing a qualitative research paper. Example 2. This paper is basically I evaluated recently. It is from Journal of Korean Academic Nursing, which I have got it. So this is how the person has written a mission statement. How the mission statement in hospitals, affects the morale of the doctors and the hospital staff. So you see the methodology, purpose, method, research, conclusion. It's a typical emerald style they have written, and I follow this because even though in APA style this is not valid, but you can remove the word purpose, you can remove the word method, you can remove the word results, you can remove the word conclusion. So it becomes the abstract in the APA style. But this is a very good style because it is very, very crystal clear. Purpose kya hai, method kya hai, result kya hai, conclusion kya hai. So what I learned from this, your abstract should be brief, right? It should have aim of the study, because abstract is the first thing, is like a touch point, like suppose you go to, as I shared with you yesterday, that how can I improve the touch point? The touch point is when I go to your college, if there is nobody to ask you what it is, that it's not well managed college. If I go to a hotel and if the watchman is very rude, there's a touch point, that creates a very negative aspect to an outsider. So abstract is like a touch point, it gives you, your profile, your profile as well as your research, the quality in the abstract. So you should be very, very clear about, about the research point, research abstract. So the research abstract should have aim, purpose, how you did it, methods, then what you achieve, solution, achieve results, what is unique contribution, and then the API style. The length, it may vary from 150 words to 450 words. So normally, what I do, sir, that I may be wrong, but I write my abstract last. Because अभी इतनी clarity नहीं है, तो फिर कैसे मैं abstract लिखूंगा? So normally I write abstract last. I analyze the data and then, you go to the individual sections like that. Then writing abstract, keywords are very, very important. Suppose your headline is say something and you have written something else in the keywords. It should represent your headlines, your topic. So make sure that if the topic is XYZ, all XYX keywords of X should be there. Keywords listed should be there. Y word should be there. Z word should be there. So if you are talking about comparative advertising has to be listed in the keywords. So that is, what I learned from this Korean paper is this, that, that introduction, literature review, identification of variable. Here you see the journal format is different. So literature review, they insist, so we have, this is there. So you have to again follow the journal format. In case they say that no literature review, then you can just say the previous experience of the researcher. So then, the research design, sample design, question design, all are same. Then comes results, discussion, and then references. Any confusion till now? If there is no confusion, let me go ahead because I have to finish by 1 o'clock. Now, I'll give another example of recall. Let me not confuse you, but this is another example of Journal of Healthcare, which is again for mission statement in hospitals. At A, text net analysis. That means what he has done, he has taken all the mission statement and have analyzed the text of the hospitals. And this is the abstract, since it is the APA style. So he has written in APA style. So what is the point he has done? It is a Turkish hospital. This is, I have reviewed it in not published paper, not yet published. So I just sent a positive feedback to them. So this is what, the review paper says. So the mission statement in Turkish hospital, say for example, quality and quality of health service, technology orientation of modern medicine, social expectation, universal standard, employees. These are the few words they have, mapped, right? And it can be done manually, or it can be used through the software, which we have discussed yesterday, and which will be discussing by Dr. Gupta and others, or Dr. Suraj in the subsequent days. So you can discuss, or you can do manually also. Then, see here written the introduction part. It is not published yet. So I've just written introduction part, right? And then he is trying to identify why he has taken this topic. So he has used the net analysis. So he's just trying to say what others have said. Then, the methodology part, you see here, he has, we focus on hospital for several reasons. So he is trying to justify why he has taken those hospitals. And then, the white Turkish hospitals, right? And then, we said he has used the word that hospital websites were scanned, right? And through the Google search, or they have used some Wandex search engine in April 2020. And then, the web pages were examined and generating the mission statement. And then, what they have done, they did a text next analysis, and to find out which are the commonly used words, and they have used one software called Viewer software, which I have explained, which in my review I have mentioned that you please explain what is this VOS software and give detailed information about the VOS software. So they have used the VOS software in qualitative research, and then you see here, straightway they have said results and fact discussions. So they have straightway talked about the findings and the discussion, and then they are continuing the cluster 1, cluster 2, cluster 3 they have done, and then they have current findings and the previous research. Now here you see this, what they have done, they have compared the present finding and the previous results, how it is different. This is a separate sub headline they have given this paper, right? And then the conclusion part is there, and then recommendation. So what I learned, so what? The introduction, you have to justify the rationale, right? Scene setting is very, very important. Current finding in the previous results is that what I learned. You can add on in qualitative research. And the conclusions you see, they have written a lot of references, how it is comparable with the previous research. And this, please remember that in conclusion, I was told that you have to conclude, not give the supporting references. And that's what I have told him, that your conclusion should be your findings, not the findings of others, because it is not your review paper. Even in review paper also, when you write, it should be your review sentences, not this one. So I'm just showing you exactly what I received it. So that is not the correct approach according to me, and that's what I have given to the chief editor during my review. So what I learned, choose a title that corresponds to the content, state the research question early and clearly. This is what I learned, which I was talking to you earlier, that introduction mein hi dal do aap, right? Conduct thorough review of the earlier research and present enough information in the method and data section. This is very, very important, sir. Of late, there are some reviewers who are methods experts. They will say, ye nahi hua, ye nahi hua, ye nahi hua, kyun hua, kaise hua. So you have to explain why you have done an OR. So I have to justify why you have done an OR, right? So there are so many things they will ask you. So it means what? Any data analysis which you take, if you are using any tool, for example, if you're using Atlas TI, why you use Atlas TI, why you're not use other software? So you have to justify why you've used. So what? You have to justify that. This is what I learned. And in the qualitative research, theory is very, very important, because it's an inductive research. It's not a deductive research. Quantitative research is deductive based on the quantifying the data. Qualitative data is exploratory in nature. So we are having induction process. We are coming to certain conclusions, right? And that conclusion has to be verified. Please remember the difference. So your theory is very, very important to explain that why people behave like this, right? Why people buy more Dettol spray during the Corona time. You have to use the theory of fear to explain there's a fear, right? The fear, leads to depression, right? There's a theory. What are the variables affecting this behavior pattern of the people? Methods and analysis are three important points in qualitative research. And so these are the theoretical approach, because it will help you to have certain deductive approach on the data which you get. So inductive and deductive are two important factors, but you cannot conclude that it is 100% deductive. You are able to assume that yes, this could be the possible, unless it is quantifiable, proved. It is not correct to say that this is what I feel that it is correct. Inductive and deductive, I told you. So what are the tips on writing? Before I come to, there are some 4 more slides, then I come to the question answer. And one questions of indigenous management that I'll discuss. Have you checked out the journal aim and scope? There's a common mistake when I do. Yesterday, I received one rejection saying that you have not followed, because I was in a hurry in the night. I was just saying, chalo, bahut din ho gaya, let me submit this paper. It was lying there with me. So, I sent it. Today morning, I received it saying that you have not followed it is not within the scope of the journal. It is an International Journal of Informative Management. Since I've used the IT, so I thought chalega, but the chief editor said that this is the main reason why we are returning back the paper. You please try in some other journal. So you have to study the aim and scope. Don't be in a hurry like I did it yesterday night, right? Have you defined the scope of your article? What is the scope? If your paper is acceptance of digital payment among the mom and pop stores and owners and consumers. So why not you focus on retail related journals? Why are you focusing on IT related journals? That's what learning I got yesterday. Don't be in a hurry. I was in a hurry. बहुत दिन हो गया, let us try to submit. Get the feedback, कुछ correction करना है तो कर सकते हैं, right? Because learning is a continuous process. And if you feel that you have learned enough, that you are living in a class house. Have you written in a descriptive title and abstract using the keywords? Did you start with an overview of the topic? Very, very important, sir. Have you presented a critical discussion? Of late, the discussion has to be, for an example, one of the quantitative research paper, I have done like validation of the model, theoretical application of theory. Third, hypothesis testing. So I have developed 3 components, which I have sent to one journal, International Journal of Financial Management. Is a social. It is a social Francis Taylor Publications. It is a B grade journal, not A grade. It is a B grade journal, and they have given They took a lot of time. They gave a lot of review comments, and now I have said I hopefully should get accepted. Hopefully. So there you have to have a critical discussion. So he said no, you don't use mathematical model. You also add graphical model. So I have to add graphical model. So and then you validate that graphical model, and it is a 14,000 words. So because no other journals were willing to accept, and this journal, which is a B grade journal, rated in ABDC journal. So it is a quite popular journal. So I said 14,000 words kon lega. So let me send it. So I have sent it, right? And the same paper now I have divided in 2 papers. So I'll be acting on the same. But what I'm trying to say that with the different headlines and different get-ups, new references, so that I'm working on the same. But if that get published, then I will discard these 2 papers which I have done from that to 14,000 words. So have you included future suggestions? Very, very important, right? Have you asked your friend for a spell check? There are so many grammar ke liye available hota hai. There's quilt, there's a, Grammarly there, which, they will give free for some time, then again, they'll ask you money. Otherwise, softwares are available on the Google. So you can get the grammar checked, because our English is different compared to the British English. So many times we feel that this English is right, but it gives you the suggestion that how to improvise it. So my suggestion is that either give it to a proofreader, which is expensive affair because I can't afford, who writes a lot of papers, because you don't get money for writing papers in most of the management institute. But in some management institute, they give money. There you can you can share the money with others, but it's better to get it checked. There are some, like Sage and, there are some publishing house, they give you the author service where you have to pay something around $300 to $500 for checking your grammar and etc. So what are the challenges in publishing? The challenges, this I have taken from this author. The qualitative methods can be used for pilot studies. This is very, very important. And pilot studies are normally, are not considered. So these are the challenge, unless, you bring the certain software like, which we have taken up this matter with the other faculties, which will share, they will tell you how to use, what are the issues. Like yesterday you got from Dr. Banot, where you can use this software for the focus interview. Normally, focus interview is more popular among in the industry. So, the qualitative research, if you can do that analysis, that will be very, very useful to you. Then, the qualitative research method can be performed in a single study, and you need not have experimental, you can do experimental research also, right? But describing the same is a very, very difficult topic, difficult scenario. Then, in the terms of the context of what the study was carried out, we have to explain very, very clearly. Methodology part, in qualitative research, जितना ज़्यादा आप methodology पे focus करेंगे, जितना number of pages methodology पे लिखेंगे, that is what I have understood, sir. So that will give you the better mileage compared to this. Then a descriptive banner for data processing, you have to explain everything in detail, Methodology, you write as many sentences as possible, and then later on you can re-edit. But at least you start, let them from the mind, start free-flowing what is happening. So these are the few points. Don't worry, these will be handed over, as we have already sent you the handouts for the yesterday as well as the YouTube. You will be getting the, thanks to our research committee, you will get that, and they are doing very well. So they will be video, they are already video recorded it, and they will edit it and then they will be sending to you. So what are the comments, people say common reasons for rejection? This is taken from that. One, the structure of the article is not clear or does not respond to the expected structure of the journal. Very, very common. I give you the live example of yesterday, which I have sent. Today, means 2-3 days back I have sent, and I got it yesterday. Theories, method, and data analysis are not consistent. It should be consistent. Data analysis should reflect, you should be able to explain the data jo aaya hai, why aaya hai, kyun aaya hai. So you can explain that behavior using the application of theory. The central concept are not clearly presented or used in consistent manner. Suppose you are using consistent, say, purchase behavior. It is a central concept during Corona time. So I have to use consistently the, the purchase behavior. Is it purchase behavior or purchase intentions? See, purchase behavior is different. Purchase intentions are different. If you are saying that purchase behavior will change, no. I intend to buy. I will definitely buy. Suppose you use the word, how you have measured purchase behavior. I will definitely I'll buy. Very definite. So that is called purchase intentions. It's not a purchase behavior, right? So please understand the difference. This is what I also learned, sir. I published one paper in Emerald Publications, International Journal of Emerging Market. In the first paper I published in 2022. So I got the acceptance. The second paper I told you was the Corona. So this journal, the reviewer said, please try to define what is purchase behavior, purchase intentions. There are two different things, and what you want to say. So I also learned, I was using purchase behavior, very commonly, and nobody bothered, but some reviewers are very sharp. So I understood that is purchase intentions I'm measuring. I'm not measuring the purchase behavior, right? Purchase behavior may be different ways, different parameters. This is what I have understood. I may be wrong, sir. And methodology is poor is another reason which people say so. Then, the size of the data set is not defended in a convincing manner. हम लोग क्या करते हैं, टेबल दे दिया, राइट, एक लाइन का कमेंट दे दिया, over, not over, sir. It should be at least 2 paragraphs for each table if you really want to write for international journal. This is what I have understood. I may be wrong, right? I may be wrong, but this is what I have understood. That you have to justify. So what? How it is comparable with the other studies? So unless I do these 2 paragraphs for each table, it doesn't make sense. For an example, if you're using demographic table, if you get the female is 10%, or the female is say 70%, and male is 30%. So why you use 70%? What is justification? So you can say that this, since the objective of the study was to find out the behavior pattern of female on the uses of Vim and Prill for washing and Dettol for washing utensil. So that's the reason why we have used this. So what? If it is so what? Because in US, it is the male who cleans the utensil. If you see the studies, so it conflicts the behavior of the US and European male, right? While in India, it is either the male does it or the wife does it, female does it, right? So you have to explain that, we have to give references to support that. That's why the methodology or the size of the data is not defended in convincing manner. That is the way they reply. Our data set is not sufficiently, in contextualized, or there is clear selection bias opinion. That's why you must have, in fact, you have to test the reliability test. Of late, I observe that if you don't give the, how did you validated the questionnaire, the paper is not accepted at all. Earlier, it used to get accepted. There was to border, but of late, I observe, again, I may be wrong, based on my limited experience, I observe that if you give the reliability test and validity test of the questionnaire, from where, how did you develop the scale measurement, that's also very, very important. And how did you validate it? So that it will have a smooth sailing as far as review is concerned. And authors make unsounded conclusions or unfounded generalization. You should not make any comment which are not related to your result. This is what I have understood, sir. And the methods should be clearly explained enough, right? The ethical rules are violated sometimes, right? So you have to be very, very clear. And the text is too long. That is sometimes people say that aapne bahut lamba likha hai. So what is the summary before I conclude and leave it to? One is, what is a research, or qualitative research is defined as a market which focuses on obtaining data, right, through open-ended or conversational communication, or both. Both it is so, right? Or abstract, for an example, you should give format of the paper should be the introduction, abstract introduction, background justification, online research, preliminary finding, research questions, and the methods review, like research design, recruitment of sample strategy, question design, data collection, all should be there. Or your methodology should be data handling analysis, ethics, reflexivity, rigor, discussion, and conclusions, all should be there. So having discussed this, now the ball is in your court. I've got still 10 minutes to discuss. I was worried about that I had more slides, but let me tell you about the question raised by the indigenous research. For an example, if I'm doing a very good terminology, professor, you have used. If you are there, please unmute yourself. There's a professor who said indigenous research. No issues. If you're there, fine. Otherwise, I'll just. There was a question which was asked: is that how indigenous research? Indigenous research means the Indian ethos and the practices. In fact, one of my PhD students is doing how the spirituality affects the productivity, performance, and the attrition rate. So, we have already published a review paper in one of the international journals. This took 4 years to get it published. It is published in 2021. So you can do it, man. You can do it, through the qualitative methods, so that, you can get an idea. But if you want to make the paper robust, you have to apply the quantitative approach by taking the larger sample size, because in qualitative research, hypothesis is not there, but in quantitative research, hypothesis is there. And for example, in exploratory research, hypothesis is not there because you're not sure. But in qualitative research, hypothesis has to be validated. So that is the way. Let me check in the chat box if there is any chat box. Is it necessary to have conceptual paper or theoretical framework? Yes, because if you can, that shows your maturity as a researcher. And if you want to publish in A grade and B grade journal, it is nice. I'm talking about my experience. It is better to have the conceptual, theoretical framework based on the variable, because you are trying to link. उसमें कोई बड़ी बात नहीं है, because you have identified the variables, and based on that variables you can create a linkage, and then you do and your hypothesis should be linked with the the framework, and then when you are validating the framework, you can put the hypothesis H1, H2 values, so that that is the validation of the model. You can do that. It is my suggestion is that if you want to publish in a good journal, it is a must.
Hello. Hello.
Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon, sir. Am I audible?
Yeah, you're audible.
Yeah, good afternoon, sir. This is Dr. Tanushree. Sir, I just wanted to know one thing, conceptual framework, you said, because we are aware of the variables and all, on the basis of that, definitely linking them with the hypothesis, we can come up with a conceptual framework. But in the conceptual framework, normally we also see that we have to relate the variables, and on the basis of them, can we relate it to some model, isn't it? Some
Yeah,
model or some theory.
Yeah.
Exactly going with that. So that also has to be a part of it. We'll explain.
Yeah, I'll just explain to you, ma'am.
Sure.
What I've understood that, the theoretical construct is divided into two parts. This is, if you're doing quantitative research, you have to validate it. But if you are doing, the qualitative research, not quantitative, qualitative research, then you have to explain to the theory why this behavior pattern. Right? And it is for qualitative research, even though if you don't give the theoretical construct, but during the discussion part, you can suggest, you can hypothesize that this is the model which I am proposing. The model could be a mathematical model, like say for an example, you can give by A, B, C, a star celebrity of film, say CF, plus celebrity of the plus minus, or celebrity of the sports, so CS, right, or CF, CS. So you can differentiate two with CS and CF, and how it affects the brand recall. So you can show a symbol proportion to a plus. So that could be one approach of mathematical model, or you can use the graphical approach, where you can make a graph, and try to give the link to to each variable, independent variable, dependent variable, and moderating variable, and then you explain this model through the help of the theory. With the help of the theory to explain that why people behave. For an example, in Corona time, लोगों का purchase behavior बढ़ गया. Why people have purchased more, hygiene related product? Because of fear. So I brought the concept of theory of fear, in this Corona paper which got accepted in A grade journal.
Right.
So, I brought the concept of, the theory of fear, which is very well, few people have written, but at the same time, I tried it and explain why on that assumptions I have written. You have to write assumptions. Why you have taken this theory of fear? What is so great about it? Unless you explain, it becomes very, very difficult.
Right, sir. Right, sir. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you, sir.
Yeah. Any other points you want to mention? Any other question? Otherwise, nearly one. My humble request to all of you, please fill up the yesterday's feedback form, which Dr. Ubale has already circulated. Because only 86 people have done, and then you later on you will say that how I was at present, how I marked absent. It will be issues. Plus, please cooperate. My humble request, please cooperate, because AICT will not give you mark certificate if you remain absent. So this is a proof, no? My humble request, please just fill up so that we can close at 1 o'clock. Still 5 minutes are there. So those who are there, please do that. Please put it yourself on mute. Snehaji, can you take over?
So this is yesterday's one you're talking of, right, sir? The feedback.
Yeah, this is yesterday's. Yeah, this is yesterday's one. Because if you have already filled up, then this software will not take you.
Yes.
But,
Right.
but if you have not filled up, it will take you.
Right.
So please cooperate with us to help you, to give you the better, support.
Yes, sir. Can I take over?
Yeah, please take on.
Okay. Thank you, everyone, for this first half session and cooperating with us. We will now go on a lunch break and we'll commence the third session at 2 p.m. sharp. Dr. Bernadette De Silva will be taking that session. And as for the clarification about the link which has been shared today is yesterday's link. It is for the people who have missed out filling the form yesterday. So it is a request for everyone to fill the form. And today's session link, which is going to be, the link is a feedback link plus an attendance link. So that link will be shared at 3:30 after the last session.
Yeah. We've almost made a home office also, sir.
I know what to do.
Yes, sir.
Actually, it's there are 115 people there. So
Yes,
we'll wait for them till.
Yes, sir. Yes.
I welcome you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you for, ma'am. You have to send by evening a small abstract. I mean, say small PPTs for circulation.
Yes, sir. Yes.
So you can do that.
Yes. Sir.
Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Relax.
My pleasure. My pleasure.
Yeah. Once again, thank you. Thanks a lot. We'll wait for people to join in.
Sure, sir.
Yeah.
Sure, sir. Sure, sir.
Sneha ji, can we start? Sneha?
Yes, sir, it is 2 o'clock. I think we can.
Yeah. Good afternoon to all of you. As it is a management platform, so we should start on time, and we have tried our level best to finish on time. Before I introduce Dr. Bernadette De Silva, we'll at 3:30 we'll be circulating the attendance sheet and the feedback form. And if in case you don't fill up, then tomorrow morning we are not going to give it to you again. So my humble request that please make sure that you fill up the attendance sheet because 80% attendance is compulsory as per the AICT norms. So my again humble request, please fill up. Don't leave in between and then go. Let's be serious. We are all management educators. So management educators means certain discipline. And so we like to request you to cooperate with us. Let me introduce Dr. Bernadette De Silva. Dr. Bernadette De Silva is the researcher first, and then she's a teacher. And she is a director of Alana Management Institute, which is one of the very old management institute. And she has shown her building behind the background. You can see that, it is just, known for the old architecture. And I know her for more than 2 decades. And she is a head of the research department also in her management institute. And also she has guided many PhD students in the past. So over to you, ma'am. And you please take over. Some more people will join in between, so no issues. So please take over. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Srivastava sir, for inviting me. Good afternoon to you all. It is really a pleasure to help you all in doing your research. Research is not just only to do your PhD, also throughout your career, wherever you are, whether it is it is
Sir, I guess ma'am is facing some network issues.
Okay.
We'll wait for her because I can see her screen is as well.
Let me send her a message. Yeah, she has come.
Yes, sir. I'm sharing my PPT. I'll put my video off because it may be that the net is weak.
Yeah, we are able to see your PPT, ma'am.
Yes. Okay, sir. Whenever you talk about research, you're basically talking about the creation of new knowledge, as well as not only new knowledge, but also to use whatever existing knowledge there is in the industry, there is in journals, to create something new, something different, so as to generate completely new concepts, understanding of the theory, as well as to come up with something different, which is meant specifically for that phenomenon, for that area of study. This also includes previous research. So you come up with new ideas, new outcomes, you experiment it, you do a lot of investigation to interpret not only the area of today. You look at the theory, which is old, you look at the present scenario, and you see whether you can change the theory to adapt it to the present scenario. So whenever you talk about research, there are basically 2 aspects of research. When you talk about, say, for example, the proportion of people with epilepsy who have stopped taking their medication for 3 days in a 6-month period, here you are not looking at something what the patient feels, but you're basically looking at a quantity, a number. How many people you want to quantify it? How many people with epilepsy have stopped taking their medication? So when you talk about numbers, you are talking about with respect to a quantitative research. Now, taking the same patients, the same participants, you will look at something different. You're also looking at these same people with epilepsy, how they feel, why have they stopped taking their medication. You're looking at it from a different perspective. You are trying to understand the patient's experience, with respect to taking medication throughout their life after that. Why they want to take their medication, why they do not want to take their medication, and do they know that if they do not take their medication, what are the repercussions, what is the meaning of not taking, and what they feel when they take their medication, what they feel when they do not take their medication. So when you look at that, you're looking at something that is called qualitative research. Now, there are main aspects to this. You have to understand the difference between the quantitative research as well as the qualitative research. So I'll take you briefly through both for you all to understand why you also need to, or why you need to do a qualitative research. So when you try to do a quantitative research, you're basically seeking to quantify the data. You're trying to understand, you're trying to ask the question, how much? You're trying to understand the magnitude of the event, the number of times the event occurred. How many times did that epilepsy patient stop taking their medication? And you're trying to understand the association. Say, for example, if you're talking about the financial market, then the financial risks, how much a person is putting money in that shares or in the financial market, and what exactly is going to be the profit. So talking about quantitative, you're trying to quantify the problem. You're trying to generate data that can be used statistically, maybe in the form of a table or a graph. For example, you're also trying to find out if your research is on the youth. You're trying to, and you want to find out how many times the youth between the age group of say 21 to 30 actually check their WhatsApp, or in one day or in 1 hour. How many times a day they check their Facebook account or their Insta account. And you can also compare it to how many times a day senior citizen above 60 or above 70 check their WhatsApp and check their Facebook account. You can make a comparative analysis. So you're looking at numbers. Now you're looking at statistics. You also can quantify with respect to the attitudes of people, the opinions of people, the behavior of people. It could be in a mall, it could be at a shopping center, it could be at the time when they're eating their food. Why do children, how many children in the class bring homemade food versus how many children in the class bring ready-made food? Now, it is very important that you can use your sample and which is randomly chosen. Like say the 5th person or the 10th person or the first flat in the lane. So you can choose it randomly, and samples in a quantitative are large, absolutely large. So also these questions, this data can be put, I told you, in precise measurements. You can generalize that data to a very larger population. You can either approve or disapprove your hypothesis in the form, maybe a report or a research paper. Now, the methods that you use, of course, for quantitative, you'll be using surveys. We used to use a hard copy surveys. Now everyone is tech savvy. So they basically use a Google form, an online survey. There can be experiments, there can be polls. Now there are softwares that can give you polls in an instant. You can analyze even existing data. Now going further, you can look at qualitative data. Now, when you're doing qualitative data, trying to provide the insight, the understanding of the complete research problem. Here, you are not looking at numbers, you're looking at feelings, non-numeric data. You're not looking at measurement. It is, you have to speak to people. You have to get into their soul. You have to look at people's opinions. You have to understand and know what they think, when they think, why they think, and the basis of their thinking. Absolutely all about words. Say, for example, I'm doing a research in a hospital. Now, in a hospital ward, if I want to know how many patients there are in that ward, then I'm looking at quantitative data. But if I want to understand how they feel about their treatment, or how they feel about the hospital, or how they feel about the nurses, and how they feel about the ambience, that is qualitative data. I must speak to them. So instead of asking how many times a person may have, for example, purchased a product or service, when you go to a mall or product marketing, you ask them why. Why do you use Colgate? Why do you use Saffola? Why don't you use another? Dr. PJ, please put your mic off. Okay, so you also ask why. So once you know why, in qualitative, you ask questions like who, what, why, when, and how. You try to understand the nature of the phenomenon, the quality that is associated with that phenomenon, or the research under study. So you're trying to understand human behavior. Now, if you're trying to understand human behavior, you have to understand the motivation behind that behavior. Why and why not? Many a times the research of qualitative research cannot be put in a diagram, cannot be put in a graph. Today, of course, there are softwares like Atlas that has come up with this kind of research that you can quantify. At that point of time, of course, you have to do a lot of coding. So, like I said, you can also ask, say, for example, why do people use, youth between the age group of 31 to say 41 or 21 to 30 use WhatsApp? Why they don't use another app like Botem? Why they use X social media app and not Y? So try to understand what motivates them. So what the researcher tries to do, he tries to discover, he tries to understand. So what he's using is open-ended questions. So here, what the sample is very small. Say, for example, you see patients coming into a hospital. Now, why the sample is small? Maybe you want to do a study of senior citizens that do not have anyone to help them wherever they are staying. And they're coming to the hospital alone or with a neighbor. So here you have to ask, you have to choose your data. So it is very, very small. So this, and here you can't randomly select. And all the data is very, very, very important. So look at the data all over again. It is like you're being a journalist. You're going behind the scenes. You're generating new and interesting questions, new and interesting hypotheses. You're getting rich data, detailed description of human behavior. For example, there is a fire, so you will get detailed description of people's feelings. Like for also there was a pandemic, so there exactly people's feelings in real world context. It is often referred to as a very thick description and basic issues that people go through every day. For example, why are people shifting from the old dishes, for example, the aluminum dishes, 2 granite stone cooking dishes or non-stick pan. Find out why. Now, if you are an innovator, say for example, a cleaning agent, now you can use the same cleaning agent for your floor that you use for your washing machine or even your refrigerator or your microwave. So you have to pre-test your ideas. Or for example, you can use this qualitative research which was used but for the ATAL 4G. There was this girl, the model Sasha. Many a times people felt that she was very, very irritating. But do you know that in 3 months, the ad was aired 54,000 times. Now, it did not basically increase the business much. So you have to find out why people did not like the ad versus why people like the ad. So it is a basic feeling that people undergo and that people will tell a researcher. For example, we all know about the journalist Medha Patkar. She went to do a basic, she wanted to understand what was happening about the dam of Narmada. Finally, she went and she started writing and living with them. So in qualitative research, we use words, we use pictures, we use photographs, and mainly we also use is observation. We look for connections, for patterns, for themes, and we don't put it in tables. We basically look at subjective and we cannot generalize. It is mainly on inductive compared to quantitative, which is deductive in nature. So going to a comparison, and please understand, it is not mutually exclusive. There is also, for example, we look at qualitative data, we say it's the domain of the social scientist and an anthropologist. And when we talk about a quantitative research data, it's the domain of an epidemiologist or an economist. But many a times, these two groups are not exclusive. The research can use qualitative, can use quantitative, and make an absolute combination of both the areas. So when you write your paper or your report, you can use qualitative. You can build your theory on that qualitative and also test it maybe in a larger form on a quantitative front. Now, once you think of which research you want to get into, the first step you do is you define your research question. Now, in this research question, you have to generate a well-developed research question. This basically will be your starting point in some area that you're passionate and you want to understand that area better. Say, for example, you're interested in mental health of senior citizens who are staying alone, or you're interested in patients' health, or you're interested in young people, young children's health. Now you have to add details to it. You have to be very precise as possible. So please remember that when you're writing a paper, you have to write your process of thought. You will then want to add parameters around that area of interest so that someone later who is reading your paper, who is reading your research question, knows exactly what you want to say and can understand what exactly you are saying. Let me also give you an example. Many a times they use music, we know, in a mall. But how about using music when say, for example, it is a hospital or it is a senior citizen's residence, what effect it has on the individual, effect it has also on the people giving care to these people, say caregivers, what effect it has on their mental health. Now we also have a clearer objective or question. If you are not sure, remember, do a literature review. Literature review is very, very important. You understand and make a document, an Excel sheet. I'm sure Srivastava sir has taught you all or will also teach you all, which he's very good at. Who has been researching in that area? Who has published in that area? In which year they have published? Which country or which state? What are the questions they ask? What are the gaps you feel that are not covered? And you would definitely like to contribute in your area, in your research question. Now, after you've developed this full research question, you go on to the methodology. So next here, or we talk is on method, or as one says is methodology. You have to absolutely get this right, because firstly, your actual research will not give you meaningful results if your methodology is incorrect. Like, should you do interview? Should you do focus group? Should you do content analysis? It will not be valid and it will not be reliable. Secondly, you as a researcher will have to describe your method very well. So because after you publish that paper or the report, I have told you that others reading will understand completely the process you went through, how you were able to get there, why and how did you conclude the results. They will understand how you got there to where you got. Because in case they want to replicate your research, it can be replicable to some extent. They will also realize, they will understand that you as a researcher has followed a very, very scientific way of doing research. There are various types of research. The first one is phenomenology. Now, when you talk about phenomenology, you're talking about, it's usually used in psychology areas, in philosophy areas. Here, the researcher is trying to study human experience around a phenomenon. I told you it could be a pandemic, it could be a plague, it could be a fire, a flood. So here the researcher focuses on the behavior. Or it could be basically the dam height is being made smaller or bigger. So you're trying to understand what people are doing, your participants. You're trying, this phenomenon can be basically an environment, it can be an object, it can be people, it can be a situation. So what the researcher does in this area, he seeks to describe, interpret the experiences of people, reflect upon, go deep and get the rich description. He'll rely a lot on the conversations that he has. Remember, today you can record the conversations, unlike before. People used to make notes and they still have to make notes. The recordings are there, whether it's audio, video recording. And then that researcher will interpret all that he or she has got, and will make a transcript of the interview. He also asks that respondent, that participant, to tell his story, his experience. For example, when the Taj hotel was attacked, people were asked about their experience when they were in the hotel, when Kashyap attacked it. So it is very important. People love to tell stories. So you must make them very, very comfortable before you ask them the story. Many a times the researcher becomes part of the group, part of that village, part of the area, so that he will understand the research which he is conducting. Now, if you want your participant or your person you're observing to be more comfortable, you can actually always tell them, see, we will not tell your real name. Say, for example, you get into a group that is very high on smoking or very high on drugs, or it could be a theft. So you have to be able to protect the name of the individual. If you need to get all that data, if you need to work out your research to a very large extent. The next one is ethnography. Now, when you're talking about ethnography, you're also talking about studies where people go into their own settings. They live in that area. They see, they become part of that culture. You look at old cultures of New Zealand, and you will see there's a lot of ethnography research that is done in that area. The researcher immerses himself or herself in that culture and draws a lot with respect to his observation. Now, observation of ethnography, sometimes when you want to understand housewives and how they cook and what things they use, say in the village vis-a-vis the city, you may have a camera put, of course, with the permission of the participant, and you will understand and you can write about the difference, how people cook in the village, how tough life is in the village vis-a-vis the city. You can also understand ethnography is done in healthcare areas. Say, for example, there's a research paper by Simon in 2006. He tried to understand the students' experiences of e-learning, what the student felt when they were doing e-learnings. What the researcher did was become a student, befriend people, and get to know what they felt about e-learning. Did it make them responsible? Did they feel relaxed? Remember, this research was done in 2006. Now, with pandemic, lot of courses have gone online. In fact, all went online. We can actually understand and do research on studies during the pandemic, before the pandemic, and after the pandemic. So you understand about the learner's own learning, own responsibility. Now, the next type of research is grounded research. This grounded research or grounded theory was actually founded in 1967 by Glasgow in the book, The Discovery of Grounded Theory, looking at basically qualitative research. Now, here the output of your research is going to be a theory. It is going to be something unique. Here, the theory emerges out of the data rather than the theory being developed well in advance. You begin with a few ideas as possible. Coding is actually shaping and is shaped by the researcher by interpreting the data. This data could be in a paragraph form, it could be a transcript, it could be a story, it could be an essay. So everything is coded. You analyze all that coding, you do a lot of data collection, and you keep doing it till you feel it is saturated, till no new information is coming out of the data. You have to be realistic. Remember, qualitative research takes lots of time and resource, and you have to stop that analysis at a very, very sensible point of time. So here he keeps repeating and repeating the data. Now, when you're talking about grounded research, you can also talk about how people come up with theories from ideas and come up with something unique and test their theory in present scenario. Which the last one is case study. Now, this is something that we always do. We use it in our class. We write our own cases. This basically originates from psychology as well as business research. Now, you can look at a case study basically of one company, go deep and understand that company and write about it, their problems, and come up with a solution. Or you can look at 3-4 companies or more companies and see, compare if there is one thing that is common. If something is common in, say, company A and not common in company B, but is common in C and D, find out why. Maybe that company B could be a small company and A, C, D could be a large company. That's why this is different. So case studies, you can use one example, you can use multiple examples. So basically, a case study can be for an organization, it can be for an experience, it could be for a group, an individual, it could also be for a process. You go into a lot of detail. Say, for example, there's a research paper published in May 2012 by Aurelia in the Academy of Marketing Science. Now, there she talks about online shopping experience. She has differentiated between, she's taken 2 groups, that is 18 to 20 and 60 to 62. Now she's also done a lot of videos on that and come up with a case study on an online shopping experience to find out the problems people have, how youngsters find it easier to do online shopping and to maneuver between page and page, and how senior citizens find it more tough to do this online shopping with respect to the new technologies, which of course they have not learned in school, and that is computers. Now, after understanding each and every type of research that you can follow, you have to choose an appropriate research for your area of study. Now, after you have done that, please remember you have to document it first, then you go in for your data collection. Now, when you talk about data collection, this is something that we know. Now, there are basically 3 types. The first is interviews. This is what we can hear. Interviews and focus groups. Now, whenever you're talking about interviews, remember the person taking the interview, he could be the researcher himself, or he could be employed. Now, if he is employed, you will give him a full transcript of what he should do, the conversation that he should do. You basically, he will be told the main headlines. If he is a very senior interviewer, he will be given, there are 3 types of interviews, you know, an unstructured interview, that will take the flow, the interviewer will take the flow as it goes. He has the headlines in his head, what he should ask, and then he will go about it, or a semi-structured or a structured. Remember, these interviews are recorded, of course, with the permission of the participant. Then what do you mean? Also, they have a few parameters that they keep in mind. So this is important. If you're a new person, then you'll be given the full transcript of what you should ask. Your opening question, your introductory question, what is your transition question, what are the key questions, your ending questions. Now, in this interview, you want to know about the feelings of the participant. What are their perceptions? What are their opinions? What the participant knows. So you can get rich knowledge, in-depth knowledge of the problem on hand, or the case you are doing, or your research under study. The next one is focus groups. This is very much like interviews. Here it is, there is a glass. This is the modern one, where the researchers sit outside the room. They will not be disturbing the group. One thing interesting about focus groups, it's like a group discussion that we used to have for entrance for an MBA course. Now it allows every participant or subject to interact with each other. This makes it absolutely interesting. You get information and data from everyone. So of course, there is a moderator to this focus group discussion that will have the various headlines in mind and will be able to actually push that focus group question to a very large extent. Okay. The second one is observation. Now, I'm sure you all have read Sherlock Holmes and his book, A Scandal in Bohemia. Now, here's Sherlock Holmes, this book is, of course, written by Sir Arthur Doyle. In the book, Sir Sherlock Holmes actually asks Mr. Watson, how many steps are there from here to Baker Street apartment? And trust me, Mr. Watson replied that he did not know. To which Sherlock made a statement, you see, but do not observe. We do that many times. We see, we do not observe. We walk on the street, we don't know who's crossing us. We don't know if there's a new shop in the area. So basically, observation is a very, very systematic process. Here, the researcher will actually observe the people, and he will observe them directly. He will make field notes of the behavior, what happened, and the person did this, said this, the conversations, the actions, interpersonal interactions. Say, for example, there is a toy market manufacturer. He actually they use observation to find out what are the toys used by children and which age group. How long that the toy, how long it is kept by the child. What does the child do with the toy? Does the child solve the puzzle? How long it takes for the child to solve the puzzle? Now, depending on the interest of the children in that bracket, the manufacturer will actually make more, say, for example, puzzles in that area. So you have to be able to observe to come up with a lot of marketing decisions. So basically, you look at observation, many a times they do not know they are being observed, but it's good if you tell them that they are being observed. But what happens when you tell people that they are being observed? You have something known as a Hawthorne effect. Now, what is a Hawthorne effect? A Hawthorne effect is basically when they know they're being observed, they actually are on their best behavior. So you do not get correct data. It's like when the boss is around, everyone shows that they're working. But when it's like the cat is away, the mice are at play. So that's exactly what observation is all about. What can be observed? Very important to understand. You have things that can be observed. One is physical action or human behavior that can be observed. Say, for example, you're looking at the cameras in a mall. Now, if you see, I remember going to Big Bazaar some years back, and in fact, when it had just opened, and the racks or the places that did not have customers, they would actually put a discount to it and they would announce it. So people would think, oh, I do have to buy oil or have to buy rice, or even if they don't have to buy because of the discount, say 1 + 1 free, they would actually go and purchase the product. So these are physical actions. You're actually monitoring movement patterns of customers in a store, in a shop. The second thing that can be observed is verbal behavior. For example, what do passengers say when they have to wait in a line to board an aircraft? How can you make it faster? And then what is the verbal behavior? What passengers say when they have to do an online booking? So this is something that you can observe. The next is expressive behavior. You have cameras around, you look at expressions of people, you look at body language, maybe of the air hostess, you look at the tone of voice. So these are things expressive. So you have even like pipilometer. I will explain to you later that you can actually understand, like when a person is watching television, if there is a good ad or what they find as good, how the eyes dilate, and it's how many people like the ad, do not like the ad, change the channel. So this is expressive behavior. The next is spatial relations, locations. For example, how close visitors are at the art museum. Say, for example, they are looking at a painting. Do people like to stand very close to each other? Even now in pandemic, if you look at it, people are actually observant if others are wearing a mask or not wearing a mask, how close you should stand to the person in front of you in the line. Is the person behind you using the same social distancing? So that is with respect to relations. Then temporal patterns. You go to McDonald's, you want to understand how, say, for example, MACD, how fast they give your or take your order and how fast you are served. Also, you look at restaurants, how fast they give their order and they are served. There are many restaurants that first allow you to relax, get into the mood, and then you call for the waiter and you can give your order. Some want it very fast. Say, for example, you are in between working hours, you want to give your order and get your order very fast. So this is a temporal pattern that you can observe and understand to make your business faster. Then verbal and pictorial records. For example, pictorial records, you are at a mall, there is a barcoding, a product packaging that you can actually look at and you can actually understand with respect to things that are being observed. Now, what are the various approaches that you have? You can have open and disguised observation. I've told you, you tell your participant that he's being observed. This people know. You have cameras all around And here, then the next one, you have very, very structured, I've spoken about unstructured observation. You have mechanical observers or human people that are observing the participants that are there. You have visible and hidden. And the last, you have direct and contrived. When is direct, you said that you are actually looking at the individual. You are feeling that, yes, this individual knows that I am observing him. When it is contrived, what you are doing, I will take it in my next slide. You actually will tell, you get into that culture. You may or may not tell the people in that culture, in that village, in that city, maybe code. So they actually put the code in. So you know if my father is watching the program, for how long, which program, or the mother is watching, at what time, etc., or the kid is watching. Then you have your traffic. That's how the police do it today, the traffic cops do it today. Then, of course, you have the CTR on the net, who is watching, which site, etc. Now we know about Greyhound in US. They actually have a fleet manager who tracks all the vehicles, and they have a software which actually can tell how long the bus takes from one area to another. What are the problems? They can track the maintenance. What is the fuel capacity? Everything is done. And all this by observation. Here's the scanner-based research, which we normally see at the mall. And it will also have maybe also a reorder system. So if a specific product is purchased quite a lot, the software on the computer in the mall will reorder so that it is not out of stock. So basically, this is a scanner-based panel. We do a lot of eye tracking. I've explained to you eye tracking with respect to newspaper ads, television ads, and you look at the reactions of people when they actually see the ad by a pipilometer. Now, psychological, say for example, what does a psychogalvanometer do? They use this as a lie detector. And it actually checks your pulse rate. It checks your sweat and moisture. When you see an ad, when you see a newspaper, when you talk on specific topics, it also looks at pitch analysis. Okay, you can see how, for example, I talk on a specific topics. Is the voice going higher, lower? So they analyze the areas of discussion that is being had. Now, when you look at NeuroPure, now this neuromarketing or QEEG are areas, that's something that is very, very new. They actually get into your brain to find out what triggers you to purchase a product. Is it an ad? Is it an SMS? And these are things that are being used today in marketing and in market research. You find out that, okay, after I have a Burger King, burger, is it, what do I feel? What is, how happy I am? Is my satisfaction, is it customer delight? Am I very happy with the product? Or is the burger bread stale? Or is there's no lettuce in the burger? So exactly these are the things that we understand. Okay. Now, these are two areas that are very, very recent. Okay. One is complementary evidence. Now, you not only look at observation, you look at, I've explained to you about the toy market. Now, you look at things that supplement your data and explain your findings. And here you're calling about response latency. How long does the customer take, okay, to make a decision? Do youth make a decision faster? Does a child make a decision faster to purchase the product? If there is two alternatives, what are the measures used? Why they purchase Colgate and not Pepsodent? So these are things that have to be understood with respect to the behavior. Now, we all know about Jane Goodall. Now, she was basically only a secretary. She used a lot of observation, and she went right into Africa to understand, and a lot of things that were myth. We all thought gorillas were vegetarian. She went and lived with the gorillas. She's written lots of research, done her doctorate. She went into Tanzania and she opened a complete campaign to save the gorillas. So just by being a secretary, it was her passion to get into Africa, where she finally did with an anthropologist, Louis, and spent her life there doing a lot of work on the gorillas in Africa. Now here you look at planet Earth. Do you think that people actually go there? No, there are lots of cameras put up there and they can quantify the observation. They sample the observations and they come up with something new. They look at behavioral observations for not only animals, but also human beings. So when you're looking at human behavior, you can look at other social behavior and you can quantify your observations. For example, you can say social behavior. Are the two dogs fighting? Are they playing? So you have to quantify it with respect to the participant or whoever you are studying. Okay, one sec. This was a wrong slide. Sorry. Now here you go in direct observation. I've told you, you observe. Now you look at mystery shoppers. Seasoned restaurants and many restaurants today have mystery shoppers. They actually go into the situation. They go there and they look at the service of the individuals, how they are doing the service, how long does it take to give the order, are they being served, and they also look at people around them. It is basically real life situations. So mystery shoppers, and there are lots of blogs today of mystery shoppers that actually give you their experiences of restaurants, of malls, of various places. The next is contrived observation I mentioned, where if you're flying a plane, okay, they don't send, if you're training for it, they don't actually give you a plane to fly. They make a simulated area and you will see how it is and feel to actually fly the plane. Similarly, there are artificial environments even for restaurants. For example, we have course here which teaches you in hotel management. So they don't send their students directly to the hotels. They actually have artificial environments on the campus where students are made to serve and wait on people, and what they've done right or wrong is actually observed and they are corrected. Now you look at the third observation of physical objects. Could be some kind of library books, that how long, now you know the more old and used the library book is the book that is most wanted. So you need to order more copies of it. Or for example, you'll know that in Maharashtra, we have stopped 20 microns and below plastic. What they did was look at the dustbins, the trash, and find out that all these plastics were actually clogging the gutters. And also then they came up with the policy that no plastic below 20 microns and below. So they are looking at physical evidence. Now, content analysis is something where you actually read the newspapers, the journals, books of people who have written journals. I know gone are the days when people write their journals of what they do every day, and annual reports, and do a lot of content analysis. So it is very important, okay, we have to understand that it is not necessary to use only one method, maybe only an interview, or only a focus group, or only an observation, only content analysis. You can use more than one source of data. It is not a bad thing. In fact, it is good. You can use more than one data. You may have a lot of data basically from content analysis. Also, you can complement it by interviews, as well as you can complement it by having observations. Now, all this can be done. You can even complement that research by having a lot of quantitative data, not necessary to go in, but whatever you do, please try to be transparent about your methodology so that the person in future knows what you're doing. The person in future knows what you have gone through. He knows how you got there, why you chose that data, why did you choose that method. Okay, what is the methodology that you used? So it is very important that you pen down your thought process and what you went through. The next step is collecting the data. Now we will talk all about collecting the data. Now you need, I told you, to collect the data from the right people. Do not fudge data, because if you fudge data, the result that you get out of this will not be correct. You will not be able to replicate it. So collect your data from the right people. Think before you choose a participant, why you're choosing that person to be part of your research. You have to collect the right participant, because if you collect the right participant, you will understand your subject very well. You'll get a rich understanding of the phenomenon which you are studying, the event. I told you it could be a flood, it could be a cyclone, it could be why it happened, anything. Okay, so this is how you collect data. Now remember, there are few things that you need to take in mind when you are collecting data. The first thing is that you may, many a times, take permission or consent from those participants. Like, for example, if you're going into a village, you may have to speak and take permission from the sarpanch. If you are going, say, to a government organization, you have to give a written letter and take permission for actually doing that research. So even if it is a research paper or a document analysis which you are doing or a content analysis, you may have to get permission of the author of that research paper, of that author, so that you can, maybe if you want to pick some information, then you'll have to take permission, so you don't get into legal hassles. So informed permission is very important. I know in India we try to avoid it, but it's becoming more and more mandatory. There's a lot of plagiarism happening. So please try to see that informed permission is taken before you actually go ahead with your research. The second is a guide. Like if you are doing an interview, drop an interview guidelines. If you are doing a focus group, drop guidelines, not only of the focus group, what exactly is the objective of your study, why you want to do this research, the theme, what are the kind of questions that you want to ask. So make a guide, so that if you are not doing it, you're getting somebody else to do the research. That person understands in deep what exactly you want to be done. The next is describe your participants. For example, you may want to conduct it in India, which state, which village, or you want to conduct it in some other country. What is the culture? Maybe you want to compare cultures. If you're talking about age groups, which age groups? Then whether you want males, females, or both, or others. So you also may want to describe the metadata about them, giving the context about sometimes even the answers that they give. May
I think she's off. Internet connection is a problem. Mumbai, no, there is a
I
problem.
got disconnected.
Yes.
Got it? Yeah, okay, got it.
Sorry, sir.
Yeah.
Where exactly I got any idea? Here?
Yeah, that's right.
Yes,
That's
sir.
right.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Sorry, sir.
No, welcome. There is a
Technology,
problem
sir.
in Mumbai. No, there is a
Oh.
problem. Mumbai, there is a Airtel problem. Please carry on, man.
Yes. Sir, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, man. Yes, sir.
Okay. I'll just put my video off so it's better. Okay. The lastly is the place and the time. For all practical purpose, find a very, very quiet place so that no one disturbs you during that interview. Nobody disturbs you also maybe for a focus group discussion. Because if you are doing it at the workplace, it could happen that people walk in and your participants could get disturbed, could get even perturbed with respect to the third person in the room. So find a good place, find a good time between you as well as your participants. It is very important that all this, so that no one feels rushed. Say, for example, you are taking it in a mall. Now, people are usually rushed in the mall. So find people If you're talking about senior citizens, they normally come in the afternoons or, around 11, 12. So see that they're not rushed in case you need to ask them questions. Now, always see that your recording device is working, it is checked, it is tested. Then after that, you're all set to go. Okay. So these are 4 things that you definitely need to keep in mind. Now, next you need to analyze the data. So when you need to analyze the data, what do you do first? You take all the recordings that you have, all the interviews that you have taken in case you use interviews or your focus groups, discussions, you transcribe all of them. Okay, this will help you to do what kind of analysis, a thematic analysis or an interpretive analysis, whatever you need to do, or a semiotic analysis, maybe a conversational analysis or a narrative analysis. So whatever you need to do, whatever you have decided to do, okay. Today, of course, there are lots of softwares that do help you with this data. In olden days, of course, not far, maybe 10 years back or 20 years back, we would actually manually write with paper and pen. Today, many people use an Excel, but whatever you do, it is very important that you are transparent. I told you, people should understand why you arrived at the data, how you arrived at the data. And once the data is prepared, you can analyze your data extremely well. There's a lot of data analysis known as QDA, qualitative data analysis, that basically ranges right from the process to the procedures, from the explanations that you are getting, your understanding, your interpretation of the situation under study. Now, this QDA is basically based on interpretive philosophy, basically looking for examples, meaningful symbols of people and how they interpreted the participants, how they interpret the situation, why they have, what is their point of view, why they have said that, how they came up with that view, what they have been doing, what is their experience before, how they are, why they have conveyed such a sentence. Okay. So all this QDA, when you put in writing, it is very important that when you are writing and analyzing your data, you remember to write up your findings. What exactly have you found? How many cases you have? What to write? What is your analytical view on the same? Whatever you do, try to make it your own. See that whatever data that you have, whatever coding that you have done, you will put it maybe in an annexure or appendix, as the case may be. Now, after you've analyzed the data, it doesn't stop there. You have to publish your data. It could be published in the form of a report. It could be published in the form of a research paper or to your board of your organization. So whenever you are publishing, see that you do not plagiarize with respect to your lit review and your concept. You can also publish, I told you, in research paper in a UGC care journal, a Scopus journal. When you pick up a journal, you know that each journal has a different style, a different format. Look at it, follow that format style, get all the qualitative research that you have and put it in the form that you can reach out to the world. Very, very important. So whatever you contemplate, look what Einstein has said. So whenever you contemplate on doing a qualitative or a quantitative research, remember, not everything that can be counted counts, and not everything that counts can be counted. Very good. So whatever you are doing, whether it is a phenomenon for your research event, people, cultures, history, whatever is your area of research, you have to pause and think, because many a times it may not have a number assigned to it. So think about it and see that whatever you do, make it count. Here is a small video which I would like to show you all. One sec. Give me a minute. Here goes. This was done in Denmark. I hope you all will be able to see the video.
Vi bringer en servicemeddelelse. Som et forsøg vil dørene i dag kun åbne sig for smilende kunder. Husk at smile, hvis du gerne vil ind.
This research was done in Denmark. This is done in Denmark. The door of the mall, the shop does not open. The store does not open till you smile. Thank you very much. Thank you, Srivastava sir.
I'm here. Thank you very much for a very nice presentation. And I look forward to some of the selected PPTs which you like to share with your with the audience. So you covered a very vast subject, but focused on the observation study, which is very informative. And as the audience is also Banani Sakya is saying, very informative session. So thank you once again, Benedict man. You are. I'm listening to you after a very long gap.
Thank you, sir.
And you spoke very well. And we look forward to your continuous support. The audience, may like to ask some questions if you can spare some more time.
Yes, sir. Yes.
And meanwhile, we'll be circulating the attendance and feedback form. Dr. Ubale is there. So he has already put it on the chat box. My humble request to all of you, please fill up because, this goes, it has to be uploaded every day at ATAL website. So please don't leave it blank. Otherwise it creates a problem for all of us because of, especially for Dr. Ubale, who has been assigned this task of uploading, and he wakes up, he's working till late, till 12 o'clock, all those things. And my research committee, which will have to edit your video, and then, they have to take your PPT, which you have presented. Then by, they sleep very late till 1 o'clock. Yesterday they were working. So that by morning, Sneha and his team, they have, sent to the participant. This is our, what you call the USP, or that is our specialization. Unlike other conferences where they take 2 to 3 days, we are very prompt. and I hope the audience will appreciate it, those who have attended other program too. So my humble request, please fill up the feedback form, and those who have done it, if in case you want to ask any questions, you please ask. Madam is here because it's very difficult to track her. She's a very busy person.
Yeah.
So you can just ask questions so that she can answer. Ma'am, we wait 5 minutes if you don't mind.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Participants, if anybody has any doubt, Bernadette ma'am is here to discuss it. So please, you can either write them in the chat box or unmute yourself and ask directly.
Is there any question, Sneha ji?
No, ma'am. No, sir. There are no questions in the chat box as
Okay.
well.
So tomorrow, we have Nirmala Joshi. She'll be talking to all of you on statistical analysis and new technique. So please join early on time as you have done today. And I'm happy that we have received the comment that very productive, very useful, and very informative session. Madam, I hope you're listening to me.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
That motivate the faculty when they give positive as well as constructive suggestions. My humble request once again, please fill up that form because we are there is a certain